Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Monday, October 25th. We are back still doing the Dawn of Calamity expansion. This weekend was pathetically unproductive for me. I got a new device, an over-the-air DVR from a company called Tablo, Tablo. And I will say, after setting it up and fixing my network, it is seemingly working as expected. Now, in all fairness, considering that I had a massive amount of bandwidth, it's a little shocking that even though my network turned out to be really misconfigured in quite a few places, I don't even know how. Like some of these settings that I went through my DDWRT super advanced router, some of these settings I've never touched to my recollection in my life, and yet they're not set up right, or they're set up possibly in a way that is designed to guarantee connectivity but at a reduced speed. And anyways, I got a lot of settings changed, but it took me all weekend really, so I didn't schedule anything, which I desperately need to schedule things. And I think I may just take a special week this week to work on side projects that aren't YouTube related and just schedule things and just swear off making any new footage until I actually do just get scheduling done. I am considering an idea that was brought up to me by one of my fans in the last stream, or in kind of a collaborative effort, the AB concept of potentially putting out one show on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and putting out a second show on Tuesday and Thursday, and maybe Saturday, leaving just Sunday off. The problem with that was a really good draw, so let's open another pack. As I'm still considering it though, would be when I start to schedule videos, I am significantly increasing the odds of me making a mistake as far as when things air. And it would be a no-brainer. And yeah, we got nothing in that pack, so whatever. We doubled up. We've got plenty of gold anyway, so do we have any packs for anything else? No, I suspect we may just never have any packs for anything else ever, or at least until there's some special event. It would be a total no-brainer if there was just a feature built into YouTube that could handle that. If I could just say, click a checkbox that Tuesdays and Thursdays are when this airs, that would work. It also is very much in line with what a primetime lineup is all about. You don't have the same thing tending to air every single night, or even every weeknight, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. There are some very old shows with a lot of episodes, and in fairness, my YouTube channel is kind of very similar to an old show with a lot of episodes, so I could see doing something like that. But most shows, when brand new, when you're trying to get a significant, I forgot what I was supposed to be playing, when you're trying to get a significant amount of artists, I guess we're playing Shadowcraft today. Which one is Shadowcraft? I think it's this one. Nope. This is Spellcraft. This would be it. So yeah, an A/B concept makes sense. It reduces the number of episodes that come out per week. It lengthens the time in which someone would have to stay on my channel to watch videos, which is probably helpful for me. Like, people can come back later if they're not interested, or if they want to watch everything in a row, and that's always been the case. So that's not really changing much. It's just saying come back in potentially 2.5 months to see a series if you aren't going to watch it every other day. But the main problem is the scheduling, which is always the main problem. It's just to make sure, because when you are scheduling a video on YouTube Studio, it puts them in a list of videos, and it says the scheduled date. And so it's just a number date. And typically what I'll do is I'll double check that I've done everything right, and it will be something like 20, then 21, then 22, and then when you skip a weekend, it will go from 22 to 25, and that's fairly easy to recognize. It becomes incredibly more likely that in the vast number of episodes that have to be scheduled, if I'm skipping a number every time, there's a lot of room for mistakes. Plus, I'd still be skipping Sundays, so it wouldn't even be like evens and odds or anything along that numbering system. But yeah, it's not a bad idea, certainly. I still am definitely considering it.
What you need is a nice roaring flame.
And then, of course, there will be a temptation at some point in the future to move to having like 4 episodes airing of a series, 2 on Monday and 2 on Tuesday, which that probably hurts my chances of the algorithm recommending me having more varied content, but I can't do anything about it short of making multiple channels.
Can I haunt you too?
Which, multiple channel concepts, I've never seen it really work great on the case of YouTube. It sort of works when you're doing something something that is very, very different, but if you're just doing the same thing, it's kind of ridiculous. The only time I think multiple channels have really made sense is if you look at like the top tier Good Mythical Morning YouTube channel, and then they have Good Mythical More, which is kind of a more extra content that I'm sure at some point they tried to lock behind a like Patreon style tier, and then they released it free. And I know Good Mythical More still has their Good Mythical Society Patreon style tier system, so they are still locking content behind it. And Good Mythical Kitchen is totally separate spin-off, so that makes a lot of sense too.
I'm coming for you. Detestable. Detestable. Detestable.
That was almost amusing.
But it is also kind of worth mentioning that Good Mythical Morning, the first channel, is a channel that has become extremely consistent in being kind of just a dull thing. Like, every episode they air, which is pretty much one every weekday, is them just playing a game. And when you start to see content creators like boil down to simply just playing a game, or like having to really struggle to have anything new to do or say, you know that it's hit at least the second stage of its lifetime. I don't remember. I wasn't watching Good Mythical More when it, like, years and years ago, but I vaguely think at some point Good Mythical Morning was probably closer to a news service that would talk about memes and things going on the internet, and they've pretty much completely gotten away from doing anything like that, if that was what they were doing in the past. I don't know for sure again.
Excellent. Show me more of your bone marrow.
Right. I'm just gonna end the turn here. There's no point in attacking. But yeah. All they do is kind of play a game on Good Mythical Morning, on Good Mythical More. They then usually will do some fan-related, like, stuff. So that they'll, like, celebrate fans that wear their merch, or they'll give away something to a charity, or they'll give away a gift card to their own merch site to fans. Then they just kind of goof around as kind of a theme. If anything, Good Mythical More is just the way for them to maintain a very consistent runtime in Good Mythical Morning. And yeah, they're kind of going backwards because they also try to have, like, podcasts and expand into that direction. But to get back to what I was talking about, the idea of having multiple channels outside of the Good Mythical company, which is kind of the exception that proves the rule, has pretty much failed. I can't think of any other channel that really makes sense. If anything, there's a lot of mid-tier YouTubers that could benefit from just either making longer content or more content, because there are definitely a lot of people that are just not, like, really doing much as far as the amount of content they make. They kind of pop in and pop out, and maybe those do succeed somewhat, or maybe that's just the remnants of a first generation collection of YouTubers that now have burned out and don't really want to make as much footage as they once did.
Did I want gold again?
Yeah, anyways, we got a ton of games. There's no reason to screw around here. Oh, one of the things that really irritated me is I'm desperately trying to set up the quality of service on my router, and throughout the entire week it was just not working. Like, there's some setting there that was completely breaking the router, to the point where I was having to do a full-on reset and then restore from backup, and yeah, that's definitely no fun to spend an entire day plus of just like, oh, this doesn't work, this setting doesn't work, this setting doesn't work. I did recently update my firmware. Maybe I got a bad firmware. I kind of know I got a bad firmware installed at the moment, so it wouldn't hurt to spend another weekend updating the firmware and getting onto something a little bit more stable. But the thing I really want to do and I'm seemingly not going to be capable of doing, is
Lots of bones, but make it fashion.
I would really love
Prepare yourself.
to have a per connection, per client bandwidth limit, which is supposed to be something it can do, where it takes the 300 to 350 megabits per second that I have, and it just says, don't let any single client, any single component, any single thing
The Queen's move starts now.
suck out all the bandwidth and just clog the network. Keep it more more balanced. But I'm not sure if that's ever something that's going to work. At the moment, it doesn't feel like there's a way to guarantee that happens
You see?
without it just crashing.
Getting stronger.
Looks like you've got an art you.
Like, I want to generally get rid of all the rest of the quality of service settings because I don't think they really were as necessary as I thought they were.
I will not
and
back down.
I would
Humble before me. I'll show no mercy.
just like to say, here's your slice of the pie. Do whatever you want with your slice of the pie. Just don't take anybody else's slice of the pie. That's a much more simplistic setup, easier to maintain and
I won't hold
understand.
back. We haven't lost yet.
Nice swordsmanship.
I also found out that setting up DNS mask on DDWRT has to be set in strict mode to use DNS crypt. Because if you don't set it up into strict mode and you have any other servers, and here's going to be a weird catch-22. You need other servers set up, really. But what you need to do is have it in strict mode. So it will try the DNS crypt first. Almost any DNS crypt server that's built into DDWRT is not going to be 100% effective. And in all fairness, DNS in general has never been designed to be 100% effective. That's why there are, by default, in almost every client, every setting on Windows or any other computer operating system, asks you for a primary DNS and a backup DNS. And you could certainly give more in most settings, but they don't usually put a form for more. So
Oh, are you in need of medicine?
what I've had to do is realize, oh yeah, there's a need for those backup servers, but it needs to be strict mode so that most things, most connections, and this is where I imagine DNS crypt is not a valid replacement for something like a VPN if you're trying to hide your IP address or do anything shady like that.
Do not seek what is not there.
There's a chance that it will go to the next server. And if you go to a DNS leak test to see who is reporting back and who is getting your DNS services, it will probably say the first DNS crypt source and then the second source. And you probably won't get to a third or fourth source unless you are trying to connect to a very weird site. And I think that's been part of the problem with Destiny Child on my cell phone in particular, is that it has just been having trouble connecting. Literally, it says it's been having trouble connecting. I've just not really been listening to it.
Open wide.
You've been chosen.
Let's see.
Ladies and gentle goats.
It seems I've lost.
So I think I've fixed that, and I've mostly accounted for the DNS leak in the sense that the servers that I've chosen are not like 1.1.1.1 or 8.8.8.8, which would be Cloudflare or Google respectively. You don't likely want to use those as your servers. You probably would still set them up, but you'd put them at the very bottom. Just last case, last chance, use that. Instead, I'm going with other servers that bounce to other places. Also, I've picked ones that are just physically closer for faster speed too, and because I had one that was pretty much bouncing across the planet, and that was going a little slow.
Every grave deserves solemn silence.
Open wide.
Hit this one. Hit this one.
You've been chosen.
This one. Kill this one.
Ladies and gentle ghosts.
It seems I've lost.
So yeah, there was a DNS leak that had been happening for a very long time. And probably the entirety of me setting up DNS crypt. And I made some other optimizations. I let it make more than the standard like 100 DNS crypts, a DNS request at a time. It seems like the second that my router reboots, there's just enough items all trying to connect to the internet at the same time, as far as when they get a connection, that it does sometimes shoot the number of connections up. And frankly, I am a power user, as it were, as far as going to different sites, different domain names at the same time. I had a setting called log async enabled, but apparently you were supposed to type in log async equals 5 for better performance, and set that up hopefully. And I had the threshold of how big a DNS
The uncharted desert awaits.
internet packet frame could be, to try and remove or reduce fragmentation.
Around everywhere.
Prepare yourselves.
Probably not the time to have done that.
Becoming a nuisance. Quiet.
So yeah, I adjusted numbers. It's all extremely complicated. IGP snooping was Internet Gateway Protocol snooping is something that was disabled on my router, and that's one of those settings I've never changed in my life, and yet I should have it on to better maintain connections, particularly with the Tableau streaming TV signal over. I had a lot of multicast to unicast settings enabled when pretty much it should be disabled. I adjusted the timeout on both TCP and UDP packets. I don't know why I'm talking about network stuff. Let's talk about video game stuff. Yeah. Just take all that rambling as a fact of that I've been doing a lot of IT stuff, and instead of focusing in on making content. Okay. Reanimate 6. Draw 3. Let's do that. Okay.
What do we have here?
You see, I'm only getting stronger.
Will you all calm down? Oh, quit flying around everywhere. I'm out of cash.
Yeah, it's in the turn there.
Best of luck to you.
So, we have a game on Steam here called 3 Dimensions. Is there anything here worth mentioning? No. Early access, Korean only. Very bad thumbnail, too. Here we have another SCP game.
I love
They were
this.
really late to the party to potentially make SCP games. This one's supposed to be a multiplayer game. Really, it just kind of feels like a low-effort asset flip game.
Glorious flower
Says it has
blooms
single
over
player.
my homeland.
English, allegedly full audio. When you actually look at it though, it seems very much like there's basically nothing here. And that it is just almost like a Half-Life clone, for lack of a better comparison. Here we have the Smurfs Mission Village, which this one definitely came out with not as much fanfare as I thought it would. In all fairness, that is kind of always the problem with video games, is that they just never come out with as much fanfare, particularly in the last week or two in which it actually comes out. Vialeaf is the name of Mission Vialeaf, come to think of it. It's not out yet, but you can pre-purchase it. So, I mean, this is a big ticket one, so I'm going to put it on the fall list. What's interesting here is full English and French and German and Spanish, but not Italian and not any other language. Yeah, and this does definitely feel like this is going to be... Ooh. You know what it really looks like? It is a twist on a 3D platformer like Mario 64 and Luigi's Mansion.
I'm coming.
Almost lost here by not playing. Which that's certainly an interesting idea, is if they are going to go with a Luigi's Mansion clone, it's not like there's been too many Luigi's Mansion clones out there. The Ghostbuster game, oddly, which honestly it should be that Luigi's Mansion is a Ghostbusters game clone, but I think Luigi's Mansion is more relevant. Try that again, same type of character. Yeah, the Ghostbusters game, the good Ghostbusters game that came out, not one of the bad ones, is probably the only other game that's something like Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, there should be more clones of that. Like, every time we see something that is like a low-effort precision platformer, for example, like this, like these games have been so played out, and there's so many different varieties of games like this. And see, this one doesn't even look that bad, but it still doesn't look that good. Snake Law Island. But why even bother to make something like this, other than the fact that making something like Mission Vialeaf requires a major publisher to fund and requires a lot more programming. But yeah, I would definitely prefer more people to be ambitious instead of just getting into a marketplace that is flooded with games that look exactly like your games. People need to stand out more. Here we have a game called Heroes of Agora, and this definitely looks like this is heavily inspired by the God of War character, Kratos. But what this actually looks like to me is probably one of these Chinese, like, MOBA type games that look fairly pretty. It also definitely feels like this may be much closer to a vertical slice of a game than an actual game. Yeah, it's just showing people run around. It's not really showing much combat. These are interesting character designs, but that's it. It's a free online PvP game. English only, allegedly full audio. Maybe this is supposed to be a playtest, and then a game called Heroes of Agora will come out later, and it will be an actual game or something else. Just a game called Agora. Agora is not a particularly great name for a game, though, because it just invokes the idea of agoraphobia, and last thing you want is to remind gamers that they're lonely shut-ins, or imply that gamers are lonely shut-ins. With agoraphobia, fear of outside spaces, or being unable to escape a location. PlayStation 5 consoles will be available at more GameStop stores this Friday, according to VideoGameChronicles.com. PlayStation console bundles. There have been definitely previous times where a console, usually it's a much newer console than PlayStation 5, which is like approaching a year old, is only really available in highly marked up bundles, and getting the actual product is almost impossible. And I don't know if there's any real laws in the United States stopping people from doing that. Like, if you're GameStop and you order PlayStation 5s, and then you take that box and then you bundle it with a bigger box and you mark it up and charge a higher price, I don't think there's really any law against that, or any law that says you have to sell the individual product, or any contract between Sony and GameStop that would say you have to sell the actual product. See, Sony can't be involved with the prices other than a general manufacturer suggested retail price. Otherwise, they fall too dangerously close to the idea of price fixing. And there really is no like law against price gouging that much. Like, price gouging, to really take someone to court for price gouging and convict them, you would have to it would have to be some kind of necessity, like gas. It would have to
I'm coming for you.
it would have to be a necessity. It would have to be in the middle of like a short-term shortage. Like, it would be very, very difficult to say, oh, GameStop is like price gouging on the PlayStation 5, particularly when you have scalpers selling PlayStation 5s for much higher markups. So it just makes it easier for both scalpers and PlayStation and GameStop to potentially say, well, we're just adjusting for market demand, and there's other people charging the same amount, so we're not really gouging. Yeah. I think you could probably guess that the last thing that would be kind of socialist or communist that people in the United States would embrace would be the idea of price limitations, or like price maximums and or minimums, like price adjustments in general being controlled by the government. There's too much of a religious fervor for the idea of supply and demand in an open market, and it has been preached and taught in schools for decades, enough that people actually believe it is infallible and it actually works, even though the banks collapsing and bubbles bursting over and over again should really show that it's not true, and that a free market is not the best kind of market to have. There needs to be some limitations and setting and some corrections and adjustments and control there. It would probably take 100 years plus before you could convince the United States citizenry to embrace the idea of like adjusting or controlling the cost of something like the PlayStation 5, something that is not a necessity, something that is just entertainment. I could see eventually convincing people to say, hey, this should be no more than, let's say, a month's worth of salary at minimum wage. Like, let's say minimum wage was at some point $10 for easy math, and then you multiply that by 40 hours a week times 4, which would be 160, so $1,600. If you limited everything to being less than or on that scale of $1,600, then I could see some limitations. Now, I don't know how you achieve
Nice it is when you bear it all.
like a fairness there. It wouldn't just be, oh, well, then a PlayStation 5 could be $1,600. It would be, you take that $1,600, you subtract $800 for the average price of a mortgage, which would be half. Then you have $800, you subtract half of that $800, $400 for food, clothing, and other expenses. And then that leaves you about leaves you $400. So yeah, if you could say no product could be $400 on that adjusted for inflation scale, and that is just the fixed price of things. Okay, how do you make a PlayStation 5 that is still profitable that costs $400? You start reducing the specs on it. You stop making the highest, most efficient piece of equipment possible, which at a certain point, yeah, we probably should hit something like that. We may not be there now, but 20, 30, 100 years from now, are we going to constantly need to bump up from 4K to 8K to 16K to 5.1 surround sound, 7.1 surround sound, 22.1 surround sound? Like,
This thing's more vicious than a nine-headed dragon.
yeah. And by that point, everybody would have just moved on to the next thing. If you look at like the history of calculators, for instance, or digital wristwatches. Digital wristwatches at one point were tens of thousands of dollars, and then now they're basically free, and so that went fairly quickly. Calculators originally were the equivalent of $400 or $500 for just a calculator. Now it's free. It's an app on your cell phone, and the percentage that you pay to own a cell phone to have a calculator function is still zero. Like, nobody would complain one bit if they bought a cell phone that could not use a calculator function. It just did not have the circuitry in there to do math somehow. And I don't know how a cell phone would work without doing math, but yeah. Yeah. At some point I could see the idea of, instead of potentially having a luxury tax where people who buy luxury items are paying more to
Is fighting and despair all you know?
to fund schools and the government and things like that, but instead have a luxury like maximum, like saying there can't be products, there can't be the $20 million yachts, for instance. Like, there's no reason for it to be that expensive.
Have nothing on my knife.
Of course, I don't know what stopped you from potentially buying a $1 million yacht and then adding $19 million of individual things, which is just to get it back to a $20 million yacht. It would be very complicated. It's much easier to say something, and I'm just doing an economics rant at this point. It's much easier to look at something like cereal and address the issue of cereal way more effectively than trying to address everything at once. You look at cereal, Fruit Loops, Cheerios, whatever, particularly the sugar ones. Cereal for breakfast has always been a lie. It's always had way too much sugar and way too much fiber. It's never been what a healthy first meal for the day should be. There's not even a lot of trust in the myth of or in the research that was funded by cereal companies that breakfast was the most important meal of the day. But it may very well have been way more important when people were working in fields and things like that, and doing hard manual labor. But yeah, ideally, and in the past, if you were trying to get a good breakfast, you were eating bacon, eggs, more things that are high in protein, oatmeal maybe with a lot of butter, they're kind of high in fat, high in oil, high in protein type products, meat, sausage, beans, like something closer to like a full English breakfast is probably more healthy than cereal is. So you have a product like cereal, and it's kind of a great product to look at. It shouldn't exist. It only exists because it advertises, or it was allowed to advertise at one time at least, to kids on cartoons, on Saturday morning cartoons or something like that. It is brightly colored and colorful intentionally to make it appeal to kids. It's covered in way more sugar than it should be legally allowed to have. So how do you address that? Well, we've already tried to reduce the amount of sugar and limit the amount of sugar, but hand in hand, we've cronyism and corruption has allowed them to just reduce the suggested serving size and still have the same amount of sugar in it. There's, I think, some cereals also that are kind of high in salt too. So we did do some of that to reduce the amount of sugar. The next thing to do is to address the packaging, and we haven't done any of that. If all cereals were required to be white background, solid white background with black text over them, standard Times New Roman font, that would change a lot. If it was just the most boring packaging whatsoever, that helps with cereal a lot. But also we could easily get rid of things like Cookie Crisp, things that are trying to make their food feel or look like other than cereal. So like if Lucky Charms could not shape marshmallows and could not have marshmallows because marshmallows are not an approved product for a breakfast meal, then we could get rid of Lucky Charms. If we get rid of Cookie Crisp because cookies or looking like cookies is not teaching people what a good breakfast meal is, That is incredibly controlling, certainly. But at certain points, that's what we have to adjust to. It wouldn't be crazy to straight up make cereal illegal in my mind. Just like, no, we don't need cereal at all. Just make it illegal. Like Cheerios with no sugar added, or cornflakes with no sugar added. Sure, those really boring ones. Makes sense.
Best of luck to you.
But there's definitely a lot of them that are not anywhere close to a healthy meal. But so you would have to definitely fight those fights and fight uphill the entire direction as capitalism and cronyism and corruption just caused everybody to potentially fight you as you were trying to potentially outlaw cereal, and you'd have to do that for every single product. Yeah.
My blade and my ears work as one.
It would be potentially easier, as I'm still ranting, to just publicize the production, control the means of production, a very standard communist thought. But yeah, if the government was directly took over, like Kellogg, for instance, the manufacturers of cereal companies, it would be so much easier to just take over control there and then have them shift just by mandate, just by a order in the interest of public health, shift their design away from making like cereals that are unhealthy to making cereals that are healthy, if they can even make cereals that are healthy. That would be the easier way than to try and be mostly hands off or slightly hands off. Yeah, man, way too much. Let's back to video game news. Let's focus on video game news. Sega has trademarked Sega Sapporo Studio, so there is probably a new Sega studio in Sapporo, which is, I believe, a city in Japan. Sapporo's Hokkaido's capital city. Which maybe we'll start to see more businesses shift out of Tokyo. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy has come out and critics have reviewed it. It's got an 81 Metascore. This looks pretty bad as far as the way this
Let the duel begin.
as far as this website. What does this look like when I don't have this enabled and I just let all the ads on there? Not much better. Yeah, Metacritic as a site just kind of sucks, visually speaking. Could use a dark theme, yeah, but it really just could also use some improvement. Let's see. In comparison, OpenCritic has a fairly nice depiction. They've got a picture taking the entire back. Guardians of the Galaxy has a strong rating. Top critic average is 81. 83% of critics recommend. And this is just a better system, frankly, as far as what people do. Of course, the problem is neither one of them seem to ever get any audience reviews, and I tried that with Psychonauts 2, and I waited like a whole week to see if audience reviews would ever show up on OpenCritic, and it never did. So, yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, I still am not 100% sure what it actually is as a game. I was thinking it was going to be something closer to a Telltale game, but it seems like there is more to it than that, and it is maybe closer to maybe an RPG with a lot of cutscenes would be what I'm leaning to think it might be. jpgames.de, not a site I usually follow, has an interview with Makoto Shibata about Fatal Frame, Maiden of the Blackwater, which, yeah, I guess if you want to read that article, here's a new costume that is one of the other characters, I think, from one of the other Japanese popular games. Doesn't quite make sense in a horror game to be wearing black leather like that, but whatever. But that is clearly the extra incentive that some players want. Now, I don't know how many Japanese players actually use the costumes or are just happy to own them.
I want to get it all back. Best of luck to you.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is more of a case of people just like the extra fan service, like the option to be able to switch the costumes. Noticeably, in saying that, it is really hard for a Westerner to watch, or for me, to find like a YouTuber who would be a Japanese native that spoke English, because I'm not going to spend the time, certainly, to try and watch a streamer that doesn't speak English.
At your service.
But yeah, if I could find a Japanese streamer on YouTube, I would pretty much have to be YouTube because I'm not going to go over to Twitch. There was a streamer that played Japanese games. I'd have to find quite a bit of them to get a general idea to see how many people actually use the costumes or play the costumes. And even at that, a streamer probably would put on the funny costumes and try and change things up. I could see easily making an argument or making a poll and having people like have to submit via super chat or something to determine what outfit would be worn.
I'm coming for you. Detestable. Detestable. Detestable.
Personally, though, I think it would be fairly game-breaking to play your first playthrough a horror game in this outfit. If you compare this to like Resident Evil 4, like in Resident Evil 4 you also, well, I guess Resident Evil 4 is also a Japanese game, but you unlock outfits after the first playthrough and you play it seriously the first time, and then the second time, third time, fourth time you play a game, you have the silly costumes just to keep it visually different. I don't know if Maiden of the Blackwater actually makes sense as a game that you might play multiple times. And certainly that isn't the weirdest suit I've seen as far as Maiden of the Blackwater, because when it was a Wii U exclusive, the original time, one of the games had you wearing like the same as Zero suit.
You see, I'm only getting stronger.
Right.
counts as a show of sincerity.
Okay.
At your service. At your service.
So this is freedom.
Let's see. The Gwent Witcher card game turned 5 years old today. Thanks for playing, says CD Projekt Red. Yeah. And it's probably a great example of a it's kind of a great example of how card games in general will probably last 5 years, even if they're not particularly successful. It highlights how Artifact was such an amazing failure for a card game that it couldn't even maintain enough of a player base or for them to bother to keep it going.
Ready to sail?
Nerf Legends is now available for pre-order and pre-download on Xbox One and Xbox Series X, which I don't know if the Nerf Legends game is going to be anything of important.
Death Rose, music to my ears.
G4.tv is looking for people to line up to their email newsletter, which very generic form here, and it's being run by list-manager.com, so it looks like very unprofessional.
I shall take the front.
Don't need it anymore.
Generally speaking, you don't need to be on an email list.
Don't let us
Swordsmanship.
For G4. If G4 is going to succeed, it's going to either establish itself a lot better than it has in the past as a YouTube channel or as a TV channel or as a Twitch channel. One or the other, or all of the above. Probably all of the above is the smart move. They also showed off a picture, I think on their YouTube channel, of a very fancy looking G4 sign, which makes it feel like in a kind of fancy looking office, which makes it look like there is a real effort now to actually have an office and a business happening there. And ironically, it is in a lot of ways selling out, seeing something like that, but it's kind of what G4 needs. It needs 20, 30 people behind the scenes for every one celebrity presentator ahead of the scenes. It needs the equivalent of that, like CNN newsroom, where you see 30, 40 people in the background working on computers for the one person in the foreground. And I imagine CNN actually probably does have 100 to 200 people for every on-screen, on-camera person just doing research and investigating, following up on leads. For G4, the equivalent there is you need people looking for video game news and not just copying and pasting other people, but you also need people just copying and pasting other people. You also need to work on editorials and research. You need people that are playing games like crazy. Like
I'll make your taste buds quiver.
that there arguably has never been, in comparison to like Giant Bomb, there's never been enough people at Giant Bomb to play the number of games that have come out, and that's why Giant Bomb has always been very much picked and chose what games they were covering. And
I'm coming. Detestable.
I don't think that's what G4 should be. I think if G4 just became Adam Sessler and Adam Carolla? No, not Adam Carolla. The male host from Attack of the Show and the male host from Hexplay, if those are the two main characters, or even if it's just the 5 to 10 celebrity faces, if they're just playing games they're interested in and reviewing things they're interested in, there's not going to be enough content to make G4 feel like what it once was. Like, it has giant shoes to fill. It has to fill to the viewer like it is a TV station come back to succeed and brought back to its glory. If it is anything short of the TV station and the nostalgia around the TV station of G4, then people are going to be disappointed.
Smiles are the best medicine. Well then.
Why would the dead need a living wage?
Okay.
Prepare yourself. I've struck it rich, oh, filthy rich. Get in there.
This one,
I mustn't give in.
Get it all back.
that one,
I just want to fill the emptiness.
in the turn.
Free combat begins.
Moving on with news. Overwatch's McCree will officially be renamed Cassidy following a Blizzard fallout. McCree was named after the designer who left following a summer's discrimination storm. His name is Cole Cassidy, which one assumes that Cassidy is not the name of an employee, so that they're not making the same mistake. I would argue from the outside looking in, though, I imagine Overwatch is fairly dead, so changing the name is not going to really irk people. And it probably should have just been something that happened anyways. Like,
Does this outfit make me look too moany?
would have made a lot of sense to not have McCree named after a character in the first place. Video Game Chronicle says the Switch OLED durability test rates its screen. A Switch durability test rates its screen a 2 out of 10 for scratch protection. A do-it-yourself YouTuber encourages owners to buy a screen protector. Yeah, I imagine that that you probably would want a screen protector. I think I vaguely recall in a teardown them saying that the anti-scratch glass screen was fairly thin. So, and glass is fairly easy to scratch anyway, so jerry-rig everything, not a site I recognize. But yeah. I would say screen protectors are a good idea. It sucks that we can't get past that point. But
Let us pierce the twilight slight near.
darn it. Well, that sucked. Well, I'm dead. You might as well just end now and save yourself some time.
Let us end this.
But yeah,
A new legend shall rise.
I would be careful about the screen.
Light shines unto the world.
We have gotten to a point where most cell phones and most screens don't need a screen protector.
Rays, shine forth.
Whereas there definitely were cell phones and things in the past that would scratch if you looked at them wrong.
See how nice it is when you bear it all.
Okay. This one. This one.
This is the least I can do.
This one. Still loose. Video Game Chronicles says Mario Party Superstars is leaked a week ahead of its official release. Which, yeah. Seems like Nintendo's getting a little bit more leaky than it once was. As far as things. Payday 3 is set to take place in New York with the original gang returning. Starbreeze shared this new details during the 10th anniversary live stream. This is a Video Game Chronicles article. Xbox Edge browser will soon support GeForce Now, which would make a lot more games playable on the Edge browser, which is kind of surprising that the Edge browser is taking as long as it is taking to be able to do fairly generic things. Okay. We have a Rush. We have this.
Death Rose, music to my ears.
And then we
Enough
have
with the pretenses.
this.
I'll make your taste buds quiver.
Let us pierce the twilight, Sleipnir.
And then like
Lots of bones, but make it fashion. You see, I'm only getting stronger.
Of course. What excitement.
hit that,
Don't need it anymore.
hit that.
Let us
So you can hit that and you can hit that, but unless this guy could just not attack, I'm gonna lose. Video Game Chronicles says the new Splinter Cell could have Hitman-like elements, it's claimed. Which, I mean, Hitman did a very different thing, so I'm not sure if that's something that would work great in Splinter Cell or not. It could, but it's not what I really would expect from a Splinter Cell game. I expect Splinter Cell games to be more stealth-based, much closer to a Metal Gear Solid game than a Hitman game. And while you can play Hitman like a stealth game, I think a significant portion that is liked about Hitman is when you can bring up the chaos and do something crazy and unexpected. When you get to a Splinter Cell game, if you bring up the chaos, you're just probably going to pull out your gun and start shooting people, which is fairly generic.
but make it fashion.
Moving on, Video Game Chronicles says CPU and graphics card shortages could last until 2023, claims Intel. Computing giant shares have fallen 8% in part due to these shortages. I think we also are, particularly for Intel,
Bone to be
at a
fabulous.
point where Intel's
Ladies and gentlemen.
having some of its market share taken away by AMD and some of its market share taken away by ARM. At 10, 15 to maybe even 30 years from now, I think Raspberry Pi chips in particular might start to be their own competitor, that they're going to work their way up the levels. And right now a Raspberry Pi chip, CPU GPU combo is probably a good equivalent to a weak cell phone chip, ARM based chip, and I wouldn't be surprised if we 10 years, 5 years from now start seeing Raspberry Pi powered phones and eventually laptop CPUs and eventually even full-on gaming CPUs. And Intel chips have just never been power efficiency. So if you start from the perspective of being more power efficient, I think we might see like
Follow me.
quite a turnaround,
Aren't you popular?
because I think it's going to get just more and more difficult for an Intel CPU to hit like a 5 gigahertz or higher speed in its combined number of cores, in its combined number of threads, the way they cheat to get those speeds. The actual front side bus speeds are still closer to 400 or 500 megahertz,
You'll make a good test subject.
and so
I'll lay a flower in your memory. Sorry, but this ends here.
so they don't. Yeah, I imagine if you came up with a chip that could do 5 gigahertz at half the amount of power and half the amount of cooling, it's going to be way easier for potentially an ARM chip or a Raspberry Pi chip in the long run to make something that's a 10 gigahertz chip. Of course, we may be at quantum sooner than that and just using quantum
You in need of medicine.
CPUs.
Prepare yourself.
Looks like you've got another. Aren't you?
But maybe not.
popular?
That is, it's also very believable that quantum CPUs don't happen in the next 50 years, for end users at least.
Oh, let's do that again.
But yeah, Intel specifically has been lazy as far as its production and stepping up its skills and improving its CPUs over the past couple decades. They've gotten, being solidly in first place, they've gotten kind of lazy and not really had to compete. And now that competition is starting to show up, they're kind of failing, and they've not been able to really get their next generation of chip processing. I think it's 5 nanometer now. Chip process, I think, has been fairly quagmired with problems.
Let the duel begin. Prepare for defeat.
Moving on with video game news, the Wu-Tang Clan, a Wu-Tang Clan RPG is in the works at Microsoft, has claimed. The new studio Brassline is said to be working on a game with the Wu-Tang Clan lore. Okay, I'm not gonna try and front here. I have no idea who any of the Wu-Tang Clan individual members are. I have no idea how many, if any of them, have died. I'm not sure I've ever heard any of the Wu-Tang Clan's music, so I would be kind of a hard sell for an RPG based on the Wu-Tang Clan, because how is this really going to play? Like, I'm trying to think, how does this equate to like a Western version of a Japanese RPG? Because that's what it would feel like, is that if you were playing Final Fantasy or something, you might have some famous Japanese singers sing music in the background, or their music be featured in the background as you're grinding out fighting fantastical creatures. In a Wu-Tang Clan Western RPG, is it just going to be members of the Wu-Tang Clan beating up people? Is this game going to potentially have to bend over backwards to not be a minority beat-up simulator? Because that is the danger here, is that while you could certainly say, oh, this is a super woke game celebrating some great musical artists of color, if the RPG is then these people beating up white people, that's kind of a problem. If it's these people beating up black people, that's kind of a problem. Like, it's going to be fairly glaringly obvious. That's why you can get around that, I suppose, by just having an RPG where they're beating up slimes or skeletons or things like that. Not something that's recognizably human. But at a certain point then, is it just a JRPG featuring Wu-Tang Clan music? And maybe it will be.
What do we have here?
Just that.
Wasn't good enough.
Let's see. The line here is he went on to clarify that he intentionally wasn't clear if this was referring to Wu-Tang, the martial arts style, or the popular hip-hop collective. Yeah, I suppose if there was a martial arts game RPG, that would make a lot more sense. So, I would suspect what's happening here is they got the Wu-Tang Clan. One of their songs is going to play, maybe over the credits even, of a Wu-Tang martial arts style game. Otherwise, I mean, that could be weird, and weird is always interesting, at least on initial viewing. It may not be interesting to actually play the game.
Aren't you popular?
Let's see. So yeah. Yeah, that could be an interesting new project. But also, you're talking about something fairly early, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is a project that just gets totally canceled before it gets released. So it's kind of silly to even talk about.
Dance for your life.
Video Game Chronicle says Warner is reportedly making a Smash Bros. Style game with Batman and Gandalf. Fred Flintstone, Shaggy, and more are said to be among the playable characters. A couple weeks ago, we went through all the properties that were kind of owned by Time Warner. And yeah, there is a massive amount of characters that Time Warner owns. So it totally makes sense to do something like that. It's very, very late to the party, to say the least, but better now than never. There is a danger, certainly, in that you would potentially spend a lot of energy and a lot of time having players not play as Batman, or even more than Gandalf. Like Gandalf and Batman, your first instinct is going to make them super strong, or maybe you'll go with the meme and make Shaggy super strong, but you're going to have to balance these characters out if it is going to be a Smash Brothers style game. And you're going to have to really work hard so that people don't just always play yeah, you're gonna have to work really hard to make sure people don't just always try to play as Batman.
Prepare yourself.
Logically, Disney would be the smarter move to make a game like this. But yeah, I don't think Disney really is quite to the point where they would have like Mickey Mouse fighting Luke and Leia and Goofy. And arguably, Warner Brothers has more varied characters compared to the Disney lineup of characters, who are all pretty homogenized. Like, it would almost make more sense for Disney to make a Disney Princess Fighter game, just celebrating the female characters fighting each other, and then tried to sell it at that. Now, if a Japanese company were to make a Disney Princess Fighting game, there'd be a lot of fan service in it, but with Disney involved, I imagine it would probably be just targeted to little girls and have no fan service at all.
Does this outfit make me look too old? You see, I'm only getting stronger.
That was almost amusing.
The bigger problem, of course, with Warner Brothers potentially making a game of any sort at the moment is Warner Brothers is just in the middle of being either shaken off or acquired by another company, depending on how you look at it, and any new project being greenlit potentially is going to get canceled in the middle of the acquisition. Even if this was a new project that was greenlit after the acquisition was finalized, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get finished.
Literally.
Oh, are you in need of medicine?
What did I want gold again?
Here we have a game on Steam called Dusk 82, which looks like nothing of interest, even though it's rated very positively. $6.29 English, allegedly full audio. Yeah, people like it. This is very scary to see 75 users all give it a positive review. And yeah, are we starting to hit a range in which people are buying games to review them, or getting other people to buy games to review them and cheat the system, the review system? Here we have a game called She Will Shoot, which looks like it's a probably asset flip zombie shooter game with female protagonists. It's a survival shooting game. You can see it's mixed. It's 74 cents. It's too cheap is the problem, and it's probably asset flipped 3D models. Yep, it's trash is one of the negative reviews. It's kind of a shame. This doesn't look terrible as far as characters, but these characters being depicted here kind of don't even line up with the people being shown in the game. Like, yeah, the 3D models in the game are not, from what I can tell, the same 3D models being shown here. Plus you're looking at the back of them and the back of their heads the whole time, so it's not like you're going to get a nice visual presentation of the characters.
There is no escape from the apocalypse to come.
Let's see. Three damaged all enemies.
You disappoint me.
Perhaps you can bring change.
Next we have a game called Happen Lance, which seems to be a game where you control this giant lance, and the lance is you're getting over it with Benet Foddy style of item to help you reach locations. Now, what's funny about this is a much better thought out way to make a game like Getting Over It with Benet Foddy, where it actually kind of makes some sense. But it also interestingly highlights how long it has taken somebody to think of any way to make a game like Getting Over It make any sense visually. Like, because the actual concept and the actual thing you're doing here is just kind of ridiculous, and this is really the definition of a frustration platforming game. $17.99 English, Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and Russian. That is definitely going to be a no for me. It's not my type of game. And more than likely it won't become relevant. If it does become relevant, I still don't think I'd play it. Here we have a game on Steam called Battle Snakes, which looks like nothing. $2.09 English, full audio.
Let the duel begin.
The eternal
Here we have a game called
procession
Rogue Planet 1
beckons.
Golden Hour, which looks just like a first-person shooter asset flip game. Looks like garbage. Free, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Mech Nest, which looks like nothing. $20, $22.49, English and Japanese. We have a lot of games today, so I probably should just say no instead of save some breath. Cricket 22 is an easy no. Even if I am going to play cricket, it's going to probably be 10 years or later from now. Seems like you're really just playing cricket inside a facility too, which is not generally where you play cricket. You're just like practicing cricket. And they're calling it a simulation. Looks like you actually do get to play some elements of cricket, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't actually get to play all of cricket. Yeah, this is $44.99 English only. And see, what I'm seeing here is not what I think cricket actually is in totality. It's just the pitching and batting part. The running around the bases, because cricket is not too different from baseball. It's just how you swing the bat.
Lots of bones, but make it fashion.
It's kind of interesting too. You play as both female and male characters. Generally, the games tend to focus on one or the other. There really is no reason for that segregation, though. The NFL 2K22 should probably also have female characters, female football players, even if they're just made up characters.
What did I want gold again?
Open wide.
Moving on, we have a Steel Rain Dawn of the Machines, which looks like it's a tank driving game.
You were kinda haunted. No, literally.
Do I think there's something here I really want to play? No, I don't think so. Seems kind of slow. Seems like it's probably player versus player. $2.99, single player actually. English, allegedly full audio. Yeah, I would kind of expect these kind of like tanks or whatever these would be called, ATVs, all-terrain vehicles or assault vehicles. I would expect them to move faster. I'd expect there to be more car-on-car combat and better arenas. There's just a lack of polish everywhere. Right. So we hit this. Play this.
The emptiness.
I'm coming for you. Detestable.
That.
Detestable.
That.
Haunt you too. Detestable.
Things like
Open wide.
Here we have a game on Steam called Sensible Blood Rugby, which doesn't look like anything of interest. $4.79 English only. So a lot of summer games. I guess maybe summertime might be in the southern hemisphere soon, or right about now. This game M2K is total garbage. Free. English, Polish, Russian. Here we have a game called Fane, which I think we can pretty much say no to this also. Let's see, $2.99, whole bunch of languages, online PvP only. Here we have a game called Alien Dawn, which looks like nothing. It's a VR game, or it supports VR. $9.79, English only. Here we have a game, Terraformers, The First Steps to Mars. Which looks like nothing. English, German, Chinese. It's a simulation colony sim game. Actually, it does look interesting enough for a follow. I'm maybe burning through these a little too fast and at this point.
Haunted. No, literally.
Prepare yourself.
Looks like you've got another. Aren't you popular?
What's funny is today, if we get lucky, today could be one of those days where we get the daily quest done fairly quickly, and then there's just a ton of games.
This is how you do
Ton of games to talk about, ton of news to talk about. Video Game Chronicles says Sony has confirmed that God of War's PC version has been outsourced. The Canadian studio Jetpack Interactive will handle the port. Which, I mean, okay. Like, do I really care specifically if something's been outsourced? The only thing I guess you take from that is the main team that is making God of War, Ragnarok, which is being led by a new leader because the old leader didn't want to do it.
You see, I'm only getting stronger.
They are, I suppose, not learning how to program PC games still.
No, literally.
Is that, I mean, that's about the only negative thing you could say there, is that, yeah, the people making Ragnarok are not learning the standard way in which you would make a PC game first. So, yeah, the game Ragnarok we knew wasn't going to be a PC first title, and potentially run better from that perspective because it was designed first and foremost for PC. So yeah, I mean, is there any real concern there? But by the time a third God of War, even if a third God of War game gets made, which probably will, like, unless Jetpack Studio becomes the people making the third God of War, I would just have to assume it would always be a PlayStation first, assuming there is a PlayStation still worth talking about. But yeah, the thing you would have to do here is research Jetpack Interactive and see what else they've done. Boy, do these people look pretty awful. Like, first of all, this kid looks like he's got this major scar on his cheek, which is weird. This guy has a waist scar over his head. I almost feel like there should be some kind of opposite of feminist frequency, talking about how the outfit for the God of War character is like specifically designed to show his nipple. But whatever. Like, I'm not gonna like really suggest anybody should complain about this. This kid also feels like he's tattooed, which may have been traditional at the time. You know what should happen here is at the end of the Viking era of God of War, it should be revealed that this son is actually Loki, has been Loki all along. See, and that might very well like really suck, but it could work really well too, because if this kid, if his son was Loki and he was just making the God of War character think that he's older, think that he had a wife, think a new wife and a new son and a new family, and then all of that turned out to be a lie and a trick, and really Loki was just having the God of War character kill all of the Viking gods for him, well, then you could bring back that rageous, crazed killer that once existed in the previous game, and you could do a like complete 180 on the character development of the Kratos character and bring him back to the original Kratos that once existed. Do you need to or want to bring back that original Kratos? Depends what kind of game you want. Do you want a button mashing hack and slash game where you're killing people and it has like a sex mini game in it, like the original God of Wars, where it's action sequence and action sequence on the action sequence? Or do you want Dad of War, who was critically well received, but I don't know if there's a new fan base that is as big as the old fan base enough to kind of justify the existence there. Alright. Do this, I guess.
I feel the emptiness.
And then do this. Let's do a little research here and see what Jetpack Interactive has worked on. So Jetpack Interactive worked for Robot Entertainment, never heard of it, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Amazon Game Studios, I don't know what they did for them, EA, and Bandai Namco, which, yeah, seems like Sony and Bandai would imply they have a decent number of Japanese companies they've worked with. They made the PS4 port of Orcs Must Die. They worked on Garden Warfare, NBA Live 2, 15 and 14 and 16. They worked on a Project X. They worked on Unbound for tablet and mobile. And they helped with the Dark Souls. So they haven't worked on a lot, but they also haven't worked on any real large stinkers as far as what they could have worked on.
The uncharted desert
Like
awaits.
this.
Prepare yourself.
Say goodbye.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't have felt like there would have been... Oh, EU's on the chat saying hi. Hi, EU. Like, bye. I think I moved my monitor that's to the left of my screen. And there's just... I gotta figure out the exact right angle so I notice when the screen changes, but it doesn't distract me by being too much in my peripheral vision. But I'll figure it out. It's just a matter of getting the angles right. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the God of War PC port runs just as well as it ever did, because the coding to make to program a PlayStation 4 and 5 game probably is very similar to programming a PC game. Yep. EU says, I took a little break from your channel this weekend, but today I will continue watching your Psychonauts videos. That's fine. I took a little break from my YouTube channel this weekend. So, like, honestly, I should take an entire vacation through the month of October. That's the reset point. If I was far enough ahead, I should be able to just say, yeah, take a break there and stop making footage and still have plenty of pre-recorded footage to take a little vacation. If not in the month of October, possibly November, like late November, December, somewhere around December 15th to November 15th to
Detestable.
like December 15th
Detestable.
would be a good time to take a vacation
Emptiness.
too. Also, why are the Psychonauts videos cataloged as Psychonauts 2? I'd have to look at it and see how that is. I suspect what YouTube probably did is saw episode 2 and just assumed that that meant Psychonauts. Let's see. Yeah, you've distracted me now. Hey, that's interesting. At least I'm finally coming up at the top of the search results. It took forever for that to happen, and that may still not be the case. I would have to assume that what is going on there, you're probably looking at it on a browser or something. Yeah,
Nice.
the game that it's the game that the latest episode 3 says it is Psychonauts. So maybe episode 2 was probably mislabeled as Psychonauts 2. Hey everybody, there you go. Yeah, I see. Okay, well I can explain that easily. There is a form you can fill out when scheduling videos to tell it what game you're playing. I never bother to fill it out because 99.99% of the time it figures it out just fine. What their algorithm obviously did is it saw Psychonauts number 2 and took that as Psychonauts 2. And it automatically said it like that. I could go in there and fix it. I probably won't ever bother to. Because there is no real reason to fix it as far as I know. I don't think anybody clicks on those game links and then sees other games, other like recordings of the same game. That's what it's supposed to be, is that you're supposed to be able to go to youtubegaming.com, which doesnn't really do anything anymore. There was this whole point at which they were going to have a whole separate YouTube for game streamers, and then they pretty much abandoned that. But yeah, you were supposed to be able to go to youtubegaming.com or whatever it was called, and then there would just be, this is the games that are trending, click on this game, and you can see who's live streaming it or who's recorded it recently. And yeah, I could fill out the form certainly, but I don't even know if you can do it in bulk, so I would have to do it like manually. Probably any game that has a sequel is mislabeled that way automatically by their algorithm and their system. But yeah. I can't completely deny that there is always some hope that when covering Psychonauts 1, people who are hyped about Psychonauts 2 would check out my footage.
Quiet.
Since I pre-record things, I'm not really in the habit or in the setup where I could have bought Psychonauts 2 on day one and then recorded footage and put it out early. Like, if I had bought Psychonauts 2 on day one, I probably wouldn't have had an empty time slot to have it air for months and months anyways. Which that would be an argument for potentially starting a second channel if I just had a whole lot more energy, is to have a second channel that is just live streaming footage or airing newer games while older games are still shown on my main channel.
Ladies and gentlefolks, follow me.
Born to be fabulous.
Aren't you popular?
But yeah. Moving on with the news, Video Game Chronicles mentions that Tomb Raider is 25 years old today. Square Enix, however, says that there's hasn't really said anything as far as I can tell, unless I just don't follow Square Enix on Twitter. Square Enix also is claiming that the next entry will somehow unify the timelines, which, yeah, that'd be nice. What I suppose is the question, do we want as far as the Lara Croft of the old timelines? Like, yes, we can give her big boobs. Not possibly these big, and in all fairness, this is not the low polygon Lara Croft of Lara Croft 1, of Tomb Raider 1. But you kind of have to make some adjustments on this figure, because this is way too much of an hourglass. She has like fairly broad shoulders and then like a pencil thin waist. You probably don't want the giant belt buckle, but you do want the dual guns. As for the actual story of the Tomb Raider series, nobody really even talks about them. So yeah, you probably do want something that is more action-y and more interesting, like the smaller Tomb Raider games that have come out recently, like Tomb Raider Go, and there was one that you want the dinosaurs, you want the elements like this. See, now this is not a bad way to go with it. You go with the traditional outfit here. You go with the long brown hair. You go with a more traditional, and not even like realistic. It is kind of a chibi art style. EU says bye. It's late for him. All right, bye. EU, thanks for swinging by.
Where's my post? We're ready to sail? It won't be long now.
Yeah. Now, I think people probably will argue this is not a particularly good angle in the first place, but some people will probably troll and complain and say, "Oh, you've made a fat Tomb Raider here," and she does kind of look a little chunkier than I would expect. If you could lose just about a centimeter here from this angle and make her look skinny, but also make her more realistic. The boobs could be a little bit bigger, but I'm not going to super complain about that. But you've got the outfit somewhat in line. The color of the shirt is off. The belt is much more realistic here. I think they probably need to try and emphasize her arms and legs a little bit more, to make her a bit more more of an interesting character. I wouldn't Let's see. Like, this wouldn't be too bad either if you're gonna get back to more of that cartoony art style of a Lara Croft character. Hey, we have somebody new on the chat. Chut, C-H-U-T, saying hi. Yep. If they're gonna unify the timelines, bringing back animals to fight would be a good thing. Crazy guys with chainsaws is not a bad idea either. I think you probably have to go a little cartoony. This is some kind of weird commercial. Yeah. Like, going back to something like more cartoony for Lara Croft to unify the worlds, I think kind of has to happen. Here you can see in this depiction the legs are a bit more emphasized than this depiction up here. So yeah. Yep, but you still do kind of run into the problem of this being the 25th anniversary of Lara Croft, and Lara Croft as a character being basically nothing other than your generic action hero.
Let the duel begin.
Or Lara Croft being
Prepare for defeat.
kind of a weirdly written character that changes quite a bit from the reboot series game to game. They've kind of failed to give her a consistent personality and a consistent characterization. And Lara Croft as a character is supposed to really just be like Indiana Jones, and in a lot of ways Indiana Jones was kind of a jerk, so you kind of need Lara Croft to be sort of a jerk too. And you just need to kind of dazzle the players and fans of Lara Croft with interesting gameplay and action pieces, so people don't realize that most action characters are kind of jerks. Uncharted main character Drake, kind of a jerk too. Indiana Jones, kind of a jerk too. That kind of goes with the archetype fairly well.
A precious life deserves more jewels, more.
The only character I think that kind of breaks out of that is the Librarian, which was a TV movie series that eventually became a TV series.
What did I want
But yeah.
gold again?
Open wide.
In a lot of ways, though, the Librarian is an Indiana Jones parody. And I don't think Lara Croft and Tomb Raider can be an Indiana Jones parody.
Stands to ascend to. A great night begins.
Moving on, Video Game Chronicles says Halo Infinite's campaign video reveals ability upgrades and new flows and more. Check that out if you're interested. I'm not particularly interested in more information about Halo Infinite until it comes out. Guerrilla has detailed new Horizon Forbidden West tools, weapons, and skills. Check that out also if you're interested. Yep. It does look here to not just talk about her face looking chubby every time there's a new screenshot of her. This outfit looks interesting as far as the Forbidden West. More color, different tribes, different ideas. Seems like she might stalk and hunt humans more than just the robots that you fought in the first game. It does seem like the environment in general is taking a different visual palette. Which that is
Desert awaits.
interesting, certainly something we'd like to see is more variety. Here we have a game on Steam called Tactical Underground Arcade, which looks like a low-effort top-down twin-stick shooter. It is $6.71 English only. That's going to be a no. Here we have Oh Boy More Cheese, which is just a generic maze game for $2.99 English only. That's going to be a no.
You have summoned the blade of purgation.
Here we have Encore Illusions, which looks like it's just a hidden object / solitaire game. $14.99 English only. That is particularly expensive from developer and publisher. Lesser known as Encore Software. Even if this was like an old game that being re-released, which I'm not sure if it actually is, maybe it is, but it doesn't matter. That's still asking for way too much. Let's see. Let's do this. And then I guess evolve this.
I'll see you in
back.
purgatory.
I paid so much for that axe. I paid so much for that axe.
Next we have a game called Spermicide, which looks like it is probably a asteroids clone, with the exception that you're shooting sperm instead of asteroids. Although you seem to just be a generic ship, and I don't know if this is supposed to be an ovary or if this is supposed to be a cyst. Anatomically it doesn't kind of make sense either way. 84 cents English, allegedly full audio. I doubt that heavily. That's going to be a no too. We have Early Quest 2, which looks like nothing. $4.99 English and Italian. That's going to be a no. Can we do anything here that would change the game around? Here we have a game called Shoal, which looks like it's a sea simulation where you play as sharks.
So our pact is forged.
So what do you really do? You swim around and you eat a bunch of fish, and you probably get bigger. And as you get bigger, you can eat bigger fish and sharks until you're the biggest fish in the sea. And it's kind of an infinite runner. It seems like you can go upwards constantly. This does not look bad compared to Feeding Frenzy, which is what it really is a clone of. It's early access, $6.99 English full audio. I kind of doubt that. It has actual voice acting. I'm going to put this on the fall list, but there is kind of a problem around the idea of wanting to play something like Feeding Frenzy in the first place. Because there's just kind of no good reason to play a game like that. It's a single concept and it works fine, but it's only entertaining for a few minutes until you get bored of it. It's very repetitive gameplay. Here we have a game called Juicy Boy's Fashionable Moist Conflict, which definitely is a joke name for a joke game. Early access, $4.99 English, allegedly full audio. That's going to be a no. Here we have a game called Top Gang, which looks like nothing. $7.19 English full audio. Now, there were definitely some adult games left over from Friday, so this feels like this is either a Japanese lewd adult game that has been censored, or this is just a Japanese lewd adult game. It seems to be a visual novel, but it's not labeled as a visual novel. There was a brief time when they started to do that and try and make visual novels not look like visual novels. I don't know why. It's fairly obvious what they are as soon as you look at them. $26.99 full Japanese audio. That's very expensive, but it is in line with the general price. Partial nudity, sexual references, crude humor, alcohol. Yeah. So this looks like one of those better polished looking visual novels that might get reviewed and liked. Although the developer and publisher are not people I recognize at all for Harem Kingdom. Let's see. Right, do this.
The uncharted desert awaits.
Do this.
You look kinda haunted. No, literally.
Do this.
Aren't
Do
you
that.
popular?
Next, we have a game on Steam called Sign Defense 2,
You have summoned
which
the blade of
looks like
purgation.
nothing. MS Paint level graphics, garbage tower defense, $4.99 English only. I assume it's tower defense. That's what it looks like. Here we have a game called Party Cubes,
Best of luck to you.
which, yeah, doesn't look like anything. Minecraft clone, basically. Free to play, third party account required English and French. Here we have a game called Cage Face Case 2 The Sewer, which looks like it's probably a low effort horror game. What we could do, it's $3.99 English, allegedly full audio. What we could do is simply look for Cage Face 1. Come on, play this,
You look kinda
then
haunted.
this,
No, literally.
and then
You see, I'm only getting stronger.
Looks like you've got another. Aren't you popular?
I'll see you in purgatory.
let's see. Cage Face Case 1 came out October 6, 2021, so they're just flooding Steam with different parts of what should have been one game. Cage Face Case 1 is free, but it also has only 6 user reviews and it's approaching 64% positive. So not particularly well reviewed for a free game. Not well reviewed in the number or in the positive reviews. Here we have Secret of Magic 5 Back to School. It's obviously a match 3 game type. Again, tagged Hidden Object. Hidden Object games these days are getting labeled as hidden object games, even if they are only rarely actually having you play hidden object elements and are actually having you do other mini games. There needs to be a better descriptor, but I don't know what you would call it. $7.99 English, French, German, and Dutch. I kind of like this art style, but this art style doesn't seemingly translate to the actual art style in the game that much. Like, you don't see those characters, and it doesn't really feel like there's much of a story, if there's any story. Yeah, we have a game on Steam called Afterworld King, which looks like nothing of interest. $1.79 English, Russian. Here we have Fish Witch Halloween, which that's a mouthful. Again, match 3 games, hidden object games. $7.99. I think probably the same company made this as the previous game. This definitely looks like the same animation style. English full audio, French, German, Dutch, and Japanese, and Portuguese, Brazil. Yeah, again, I doubt there's actually much voice acting, if any voice acting, in a game like that. Here we have something that looks interesting. It's called Special Education Modules. And it says it's in collaboration with the Michigan Association Administrators of Special Education and Great Lakes Real Reality Labs. This is a virtual experience that allows special needs students to practice tasks to gain independent living skills at home and in community tasks. So you have a very unique thing here. Now, the problem with something like this is I could easily just dismiss this as some kind of con or asset flip garbage game. But I question if that's really what this is. Now, here's the problem with this, though. This is just wrong. It really is. And I think I do have to kind of put it down to being more of a con. And I bet it probably is a bit of a con by Great Lakes Reality Lab to rip off the school system or this organization.
Born to be fabulous.
And here's the reason why. Like, you seem to be, like, only clicking, left clicking and right clicking to put things up and put things down. And when you see that you are just left clicking to make this bed, that's not anywhere close to the actual physical actions to make a bed. It would make a lot more sense to straight up have a model of a bed and teach a special needs person to physically make their bed if it really matters to make their bed. Arguably, in a special needs case, you're going to have to pick and choose your battles. So having a messy bed not made up is something that, honestly, I think parents of regular needs kids care too much about. Whereas looking left and right across the roads makes a lot more sense. Being... Those cars almost hit each other. Being careful in a driveway makes sense. Here, it seems like they are more than willing to let you purchase ice cream instead of healthier foods and healthier food choices. This is kind of asset flippy. Yeah, this is not what you would do. It is the wrong way to educate things. There's no reason you need to do this in VR. We are not to the point where you can just plug some kid into a VR headset and then they will learn everything they need to learn. Particularly special needs kids, I think a lot of them would not like sounds, would not like headphones around their ears, would not like to be in a VR environment in general. Like, there's so many considerations particular to a specific special needs kids that are just not even being considered here. But even if they were cool with the VR element of it, why aren't you just teaching these normal things? Like, it would make way more sense to spend the thousands of dollars to use to make a program like this. Instead, spend that to make a practice house where there is a fake bed made up, where they can make a bed. There is a fake kitchen where they can learn to cook. There's a fake, like closet, clothes, shoes tying station, bathroom maybe to clean. Like, if you're trying to get fully independent, like being able to cook and clean, cook in a kitchen and clean a bathroom is more important than making a bed, really.
Uncharted desert awaits.
Open wide.
Like, even if these were special needs students that ended up having to live in a boarding house, it's kind of ridiculous that a boarding house would care about the beds being made way more. I mean, that really just... The boarding house is just being cruel and controlling at that point. And it's very easy with people with special needs to dominate them or want to dominate them and just tell them what to do and expect them to act like good little soldiers, when in reality, to get soldiers to make their beds every morning is a nightmare of breaking them down through basic training and like brainwashing them to make them follow orders and do everything exactly the way the military wants it done, even if there isn't even a good reason for why the military wants it done that way.
Prepare yourself.
Oh my, you open wide.
Yeah, so I would have to say definitely no to this. It's free, but then you need VR. Seems like they've got change a light bulb, clean the bathroom, put away groceries, use a microwave, use an oven, use a stove. A practice house could easily have a station where you change a light bulb. Do you really need to change a light bulb that often these days anyways to teach people to do that? They should know how to do it, but I mean, why focus specifically on that? That clearly seems like something that they could do easily in the programming, so they did it. Yes, in reality, if you're special needs, you could potentially stick your fingers in a light bulb socket and electrocute yourself. But is that really a major concern? Like, light bulbs are barely even made out of glass these days. It's not like they're going to burn out or do anything like that. You're much... before changing a light bulb, you're better off changing batteries in things. Batteries and smoke detectors, CO2 detectors, things like that. Using a microwave, using an oven, using a stove, crossing a street, shop for groceries, use self-checkout, walk through the parking lot. English allegedly full on you. Yeah, this is a scam. It's an asset flip scam. It may be being perpetrated on somebody, and maybe the school system and the Michigan Association of Administrators of Special Education are in on it too, but it's not the right way to teach those types of things. And you are really ignoring the fact that most teachers, and I imagine it's only worse for special needs teachers, tend to be people who aren't very technologically inclined anyways. And this is really a great example of how people in the United States education system are kind of constantly trying to throw software and technology at perceived problems or problems instead of simply just funding teachers or educating teachers to be better or evaluating the problem in a more realistic, honest way. Nowadays, in general, if you're special needs, giving a special needs student a cell phone and teaching them how to Google things, how to do things, is putting them pretty much on par with your average person anyways. If I needed to know the exact actions to make a bed, for instance, we'll use that as continue to use that as an example, I would go to YouTube and look up a video on how to make it. And it's obviously not that hard to throw sheets over a bed, but if you wanted those military tight corners and you wanted to do everything perfectly, yeah, I could see looking up some tips and tricks.
Let us end this.
So,
Let's do that again.
how many daily quests do we have left? Like one more Shadowcraft or Portalcraft. We could switch over to Portalcraft, I guess, and play that for the rest of the stream. Moving on, we still got plenty of games left. Here we have a game called Joro Genosik, which looks like it's a top-down hack and slash game, maybe? Apparently this is some kind of hero of
I
Slovakia
bring unto you
as a
serenity.
character.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
I don't even know if it's a male or female. I kind of think it might be a female. Of course, the irony here is this could easily be a made-up character in a made-up game and has nothing to do with Slovakia. And I wouldn't know because I'm completely ignorant. Yeah, it looks like something of interest, at least. $9.89. Whole bunch of languages here. I'm going to put this on the fall list. Now, there is a possibility, certainly, that this isn't actually a fun game to play, or there is another side to this, and while this may be a hero to Slovakia, she might be considered a terrorist to some other group of people. Doesn't seem like the ratings and reviews are great yet. But yeah, I'll put it on the fall list and we'll see what happens with the reviews. Here we have a game called Plu's Duology, which seems to be some weird imagery. Slow-paced cosmic horror walking simulators, it says. Yeah, I think I have to say no, because specifically it doesn't look like there's actually anything that happens here. It's just walking around. And the graphics look pretty bad. And I might put up with this if this was a very relevant old game, but I don't think it is. It's $4.49, English, allegedly full audio. Okay.
What fine
Let's
threads
do
you
this.
have.
My turn. Video Game Chronicles
Swift.
says online services for the Xbox 360 Halo games will now end in January of 2022. 343 Industries wants to focus more of its resources on the future of Halo. It's no surprising. No big surprise there that they'd shut down the online services. They desperately need people to.
And 0% fluff.
They need the old players to play the new game.
Hold still. No!
And yeah, you lower your chances of people playing the new Halos if the old versions of Halos are still playable. Which this has always been the problem since day one with multiplayer. The concept of multiplayer is that as soon as it is financially more viable to shut down the services versus keeping them in play, they will shut down the services.
What fine threads you have.
Right. So. This. Got too many repair modes. And no matter what I do, I'm gonna end up with one too many cards. So we should just leave it
Watch as I wind
and play.
wound.
So if I play this, I'm just gonna fill up my inventory and burn cards. Let's see. Video Game Chronicles says Apex Legends Season 11 gameplay trailer showcases the new island map Storm Point. You can check that out if you're interested. I don't care. Gamatsu says Fortnite character outfits for Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine from Resident Evil are now available. What's funny is this definitely looks like a Chris Redfield I recognize. This Jill Valentine outfit, though, doesn't look like anything I recognize at all. Like, it doesn't even really look like Jill Valentine. This looks more in line with the remake of that Jill Valentine character, but then this Chris Redfield doesn't look recognizable. Yeah, and seems to me like they're kind of left to their own devices as far as whether they want to. Guess we wait. Let's play this one instead. And then this one.
Verifying access.
And then start evolving. Yeah, it definitely feels like they were just kind of allowed to animate these skins in any way, and yeah, I don't think it's probably the wrong idea to allow Fortnite to have skins from Resident Evil, but arguably this is another example of the Resident Evil series being poorly curated and cared about, and maybe there should be more concern spent on making sure that there's a good experience out there as far as every time you think about Resident Evil, it should feel like Resident Evil 7, and there shouldn't be cartoony Resident Evil versions. There shouldn't be bad multiplayer versions. There shouldn't be player versus player Resident Evil games that are just trying to cash in on the name. That's what it constantly feels like they're trying to do, is just cash in on the Resident Evil name.
100% string and 0% fluff.
And I just don't think they should stick with that. Well, I finally have a reason to play one of those cards.
Do not sully this great work. Do not sully this great
Enemy
work.
identified.
Moving on, Gametsu has Ginso Shoujo Wars coming to the Switch in 2022 in Japan. Does not look like one of those games, though, that would come to the West. Koei Shibusawa 40th Anniversary Program Fall Campaign is set for October 26th. This will be the latest information on Nobunaga's ambition, rebirth, and more. So that's an announcement for an announcement. Gamatsu has this week's game releases. Let's see. But it's kind of pointless to talk about releases without seeing the sales number, which they talk about fairly often also. I don't know what this Kiken Zero Na Classmate is all about. In fact, several of these games I don't recognize the names of. Yeah, it seems like there's quite a lot of games being listed here, which definitely makes me wonder if we are hitting a point with the Japanese video game market where we're going to start to see more releases. Alright. All these will do is rush. They won't have storm. Let's see, we have a game on Steam here called Equilibrium, which just looks like it's a simulator of no interest. Real-time strategy type game. $17.99, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have Renai Karichei Mashita Koikari Love for Hire. Which, looks like it might be an interesting little visual novel. It's probably somewhat notable to say, once again, we're seeing more of a moe slash chibi. This is much more moe animation style happening here than what we tend to see. This is closer to a chibi animation style. The characters are not in school outfits, but yeah, anatomically speaking, they definitely, if they look human at all, are looking closer to the younger range. Alright, let's do this one.
Hostile life form detected.
Let's go and put this on the field. Go ahead and discard a puppet. For what little they're worth.
Stop!
Here.
Watch as I
Terminating hostile life form. I'll protect you with everything I've got.
Yep. What's interesting here is when you look at the description, is it says his plan is to start working full time after graduation, but his little sister tells him that if he won't go to university, she won't either. So this is a high school student who would be dating high school kids. So in the actual description, they're saying, yes, these are high school kids, not what you'd consider more college adults. And Valve seems to not really have a problem with that as long as they're not in the school uniforms, which is all right. If that's the rule, that's a silly rule that Valve is enforcing, but apparently that's what they're doing. This visual novel is $26.99, English, Japanese, full audio. I'm gonna put this on the follow list. Yeah, I don't know what to really say or do around something like that.
100% string and 0% fluff.
If there is anything to say or do, maybe there isn't. Darn it. Played wrong. Oh, I lucked out. 1, 2, 3. Gotta keep going. 2, 3. Oh man, I played that wrong. Remember, these would have been games that came out on Friday, so they still are trying to de-emphasize the Japanese visual novel moe style games, unless they're garbage games where it's anime waifu shooting a gun. Those asset flip garbage games get to be released on any day of the week, unless there's a misplaced concept in my head. I suppose it is possible that Japanese people just intentionally release their games on Friday for some reason. Maybe they don't want the press coverage. I could believe that since Western people tend to give negative press coverage on any visual novel anyways, maybe they are just saying, hey, let's try to avoid any conflict. I don't see how I'm gonna win here. I had just great strategy up until this last turn, and then now they can just do whatever they want, and I'm out of cards. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Hourglass, which looks like a real puzzle game. Not too different from like Myst or The Witness. Probably not as polished as either one of those games. But it does look like there's an actual attempt to make a game here, and it isn't just a garbage asset flip. $22.49 English full audio. I kind of think that might be true, whereas I have to doubt it for so many games. Alright, I'm going to put this one on the follow list. Actually, since it's already rated 30 reviews and it's rated very positively, I'm going to just go ahead and put it on the wish list. Alright. Got it. Heal. Let's see. Next we have Taoist Priest Yan, which an entire black screenshot. Yeah, half of these screenshots are just solid blackness. Like I can barely make something out here, but here I cannot see anything at all. This is the worst case of dark screenshot syndrome I've seen ever. $16.99 English, Russian, Chinese. I have to assume that this is a garbage game and they're trying to hide that fact. Here we have a game called Chief's Tale, which looks like you play as a cat. Let's see, it's $7.64 English, Polish, and Spanish Latin America. There might be something here. I'll give it a chance, put it on the follow list. Here we have a game on Steam called Typids, which looks like it's probably an asteroids game with typing, although asteroids may not even be the right word. I don't see the actual typing. Oh, the words are just on top of the ship. So it's kind of small. Yeah.
I bring unto you serenity.
This kind of feels more like a missile defender clone, if that's the name of that game, than an asteroids clone. But regardless, it's a typing game. It's not unique enough or interesting enough as a typing game to deserve a follow. You'd have to think of something particularly amazing to make a typing game interesting. There was a typing game that came out about a year ago that kind of looked interesting, but even at that I still was very uncertain as to whether I'd really want to play it or not. And I never really did get around to playing it, so that probably says something. Next we have Halloween Chronicles Behind the Door Collector's Edition from Big Fish Games, another hidden object game. I would suspect Big Fish Games hidden object games are probably a little bit better than the other ones, but they tend to be pricey at that. $12.59 English, allegedly full audio. Fairly late to the party also. You can't deny that we are at the end of Halloween at this point, not near Halloween. I don't think anybody's really going to come onto Steam to buy a Halloween game a few days before it happens. I would hope not. I would hope that there isn't a contingent of little kids that get on Steam and buy video games all the time. But maybe they do.
100% string and 0% fluff.
Probably would explain a little bit if there was a contingent of kids that they made very flippant, ridiculous purchases on Steam on a weekly basis. Next we have a game on Steam called The Forgotten Isles, which looks like a platforming, jumping, racing game. There were some games that looked like this a few years ago that I thought actually might be something, but now it's been made fairly clear that they tend to not really be anything other than a different way to show a parkour game. Yeah, and frustration platforming is not really what I'm looking for in my life. $2.99 English full audio, English interface only, actually. Yep. The only parkour games that interest me are the two Mirror's Edge games, and that's it.
Hostile life form detected. Terminating hostile life form. I think you owe me an apology.
And then hit that one.
Verifying access.
And then we'll play this. Get rid of that. Then we'll end the turn. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Adorable Witch 2, which seems to be half visual novel and half general strategy game. It looks like those awful commercials you see where it's like pull the pin to free the water, and that is exactly what it is it's one of those awful games. But oddly, it's rated very positively. So, I mean, what do you take from that? It's $1.79 with an adult patch, which arguably this is the thing you do, is you make a game that is very simplistic like this just so you can show some nude anime girls. How much do they want for this? $1.79, full Japanese and Chinese. You can see they're very specifically trying to hide the images and censor it. Yeah. I'm gonna put this game on the follow list, but I don't know how to really address something like that. Like, yes, I could show it off and go, hey, here's a terrible game that is popular because of the adult content. Or I could ignore it. Probably would be better off ignoring it. Let's see. Do we want to do anything? No, I think we'll just end here. Next we have a game called Apocalyptic Adventure Episode 1, which doesn't look like anything other than a zombie survival shooter game. Is this VR? Early access VR. What, $3.94. That's too cheap, but it's in Episode 1. English, allegedly full audio. I kind of suspect it probably does have some kind of zombie growling sound effects. This doesn't look terrible for VR. If this wasn't a VR game, I could easily dismiss it, but since it is in VR, I'm gonna have to put it on the follow list. Now, you do run into a big question. Do you want to put on a VR headset and have a zombie crawling towards your face? Potentially. Like, would that be terrifying? Would that cause people to swing around wildly, or potentially like break their own VR headset in fear?
All of you.
Alright. Leftmost card. What do we want to do?
Begin.
Moving on, we have the Dark Pictures anthology, House of Ashes, which, yeah, I haven't really been playing any of the Dark Pictures anthology. So what is available? Man of Medan, mostly positive. Little Hope, which didn't even remember that existed. And then House of Ashes. This looks like Pazuzu, the demon from the Exorcist movies that's named in the sequel movie. I guess this was rated very positively, so I'm going to put it on the wish list. At some point, if I finish the last few Telltale games, I could see myself potentially trying to take on the Dark Pictures anthology as a series. Get this. I suppose naming it Dark Pictures Anthology is probably a better move than just having 3 games that are unconnected. I mean, anthology means they're unconnected anyways, storyline wise, but if Telltale games had been labeled the Telltale Anthology and you were pushed to potentially play both the Walking Dead games and the Batman Telltale games and the Telltale Sam & Max and Back to the Future and Jurassic Park games, and they might have gotten a little bit of a more of a advertisement that way.
100% string and 0% fluff. A spin and a twirl and out. There's our puppy the game.
Okay, hit this. 1. 3. I should have played something like this because I would have gotten Rush instead. And then I could have made more copies later. I played that wrong. Just go ahead and ball this guy. Next we have a game that's all in Chinese or Asian lettering. It looks like it's a very nicely animated, like, visual novel. Probably a Chinese visual novel though, because it's showing a lot of backgrounds and not a lot of characters, if I was to guess. $11.19 Chinese, allegedly Chinese full audio. Yeah. This is the kind of Chinese game I'd like to see translated and coming over, at the bare minimum. Like, this is just not bad looking. Although, compared to a Japanese visual novel, it doesn't look like there's much text. Doesn't look like there's many characters, so there's still some lackluster elements there. Maybe there's even a happy middle where Japanese visual novels get more background animation and focus a little less on the characters, and Chinese Chinese visual novels get a little bit more characters, and you can have maybe a happy middle.
Verifying access.
Accept harmony.
Nothing shall alter the cosmic flow.
But since that's not in English, I can't put it on the fault list. I also can't put Toilet Flushing Simulator on the fault list, which clearly is just a joke game. 99 cents, English only. Here we have another Chinese game that looks much more like a gambling simulator than anything else. And I wouldn't hate something crazy like this if it was translated. It does kind of just look like a crazy slot machine, pachinko machine interface. It's free to play, but it has in-app purchases, so I can only assume that this is very close to real gambling, if not real gambling. And maybe Valve should be more careful about allowing these types of games with, or checking which kind of games are allowed to have in-app purchases. Next we have another Chinese character game that just looks like an RPG Maker game. It's free, Chinese only, and is particularly unimpressive. Next we have Chef Squad, which looks like, says it's a Twitch chat game. Looks like it's probably a Cook Serve Delicious clone, but you have to work with a Twitch chat of a streamer and up to 25 people. It's free to play, but Twitch is required. Online co-op only. English allegedly full audio.
Enemy identified.
Return to the earth.
Come on.
And lies. Everything was a lie.
So yeah, definitely no to that game. Next we have Sword and Fairy 7, which this is a bigger name for what I think is a Chinese game. You can see it's 72% positive, but I think it might be a MOBA. $29.99. No, single player only. Chinese only. Alright. Action RPGs. Put it on the follow list. Think about it. I mean, what am I thinking about actually? I should just put it on the wish list. This is one of those games where, for as many Japanese RPGs are out there though, I would have to play this in between playing something else. Say, hey, here's the comparison, and I can highlight a Chinese RPG versus what a more traditional Japanese RPG is. It's important to kind of know and recognize the history of China having decades in which video games weren't even allowed, and them particularly just copying Famicom, the Japanese RPGs.
Everything was a lie.
Terminating hostile life form.
Do this.
Verifying access.
Do this.
The truth will cut you down.
Do this.
The truth will cut you down.
I've got this
I
under
didn't
control.
play this right. I could have used the puppet instead of the false slash. Next we have a game on Steam here called Anti-Jump Man, which looks like garbage. It's free, English only. Here we have Foul Play, Yuri visual novel, which Yuri is girl on girl, lesbian. Just a Japanese word for that. That being said, this doesn't really look like this was particularly animated by a Japanese animator or made by a Japanese company. It's Bandit Visual Games, trying to kind of make name confusion between Bandai. $11.19, free 18 plus adult patch, English only. I guess you put it on the follow list and see if people like it or not. I wouldn't be surprised if people don't like it.
And lies.
Right, let's hit this and do this.
Everything was a lie.
Hit that.
Those leaves were
That.
just lying
Enemy
around.
identified.
That. Heal. 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 End the turn. Next, we have a game called Vulcan Lost Planet, which looks like it's a top-down twin-stick shooter. Doesn't look visually varied enough. Same enemies over and over again. Yeah, and I don't really like the animation or the color palette. Don't even really like that character. It's crazy looking. 59 cents, English, allegedly full audio. This color palette is just kind of awful. Purple and blues and whites and greens. It's too much.
The truth will cut you down. Oh, guinea pigs, where are you? Oh, guinea pigs, where are you?
You'll never catch me.
Enemy identified.
Let's see. We have 1001 Jigsaw. Home Sweet Home, back from vacation. $2.99, English, French, German, and Russian. Just a simplistic jigsaw puzzle, so that's obviously a no. We have a game called Circuit Breaker, which looks like it's a positional placement game of no interest. $4.99, English, allegedly full audio. That's going to be a no. Let's do this.
100% string and 0% fluff.
And then this.
A spin and a twirl and out.
Here.
There's our
Here.
puppet again.
And then here.
What fine threads you have.
And then.
This will be over quick.
Yeah, I guess I lose. Next, we have a game on Steam here called After Shadows, which looks like it's a platformer. Kind of a Metroidvania style game. It's a little too dark for my taste, but I think maybe that's just a mistake in the screenshots. Or maybe that's the gameplay mechanic. This is probably one of those games, though, where I would have to turn up the brightness quite a bit. I'm not going to just dismiss a game for being too dark, but it can be a major factor. I think this one deserves a follow. $13.49 is fairly expensive, English, Russian. Let's put that on the follow list. I haven't had to really rant so much about games supporting the Russian language. Generally, if it is a Russian troll game, it's obviously just a troll game in general, so you can just go, oh, this looks like a garbage game, this looks like a troll game, and it happens to support English and Russian. Moving on, speaking of a garbage game, here we have one called Bouncy Cube, which is just nothing. It's 59 cents English only. It's one of these jump upwards games. Oh, well, actually, I think it's jump downwards game, so they put a little bit of a twist on it, but not much. Next, we have a game called Hatch. Find a hatch in your room and strange things start to begin to happen to you. Yep, this just looks like a generic horror asset flip game. They're not even really showing the hatch. Which isn't that the one thing you would want to focus on? $3.59 English, Japanese, and Korean. Although subtitles only on Korean. Here we have a game called The Monsters Within, which looks like it's some kind of deck building card game. Looks like it has kind of a large amount of animation. Maybe too much animation for its own good. It's kind of hard to see what's going on and how this playfield actually is supposed to play. But I'm willing to give it a chance because it does look kind of interesting. $13.49, English only, single player only, so it is going to probably be fairly limited around that idea. And I imagine there won't be really that many cards. This reminds me a lot of like 60 Seconds in its visual style. Seems like what you do is you drag the cards to make a comic book page, and then that ends your turn. Interesting. It's an interesting concept. I'm not sure if any other card game has tried that before. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just end this turn since we can't do anything. Yeah, we have a game called Z Sweep, which obviously is just a Minesweeper clone of no interest. Free to play, single player, Chinese only. Why even bother putting something like this on Steam? Why let something like this on Steam, really? It's so bad. It's so obviously bad. You have Gecko, the dinosaur, stars in Adventures in Sunny Doodle Swimming Land, which, yeah, obviously this is another low-effort garbage game. I barely want to even call it a game. 99 cents, English only.
Do not seek what is not there.
Let's see. Here we have a game on Steam called Galactic Federation. Looks like nothing that would interest me. Space shooting game. The Space Sim. $22.39 English only. That is way too expensive for what it's showing. Here we have one in Chinese letters that looks like some kind of Chinese card game. It's not very nicely animated for whatever it is. Chinese only, $3.99. Here we have a game called Raze, which looks like it's a racer, very neon-y, very picture. Now, see, you got my attention here, showing but that's it. Like, the trailer caught my attention for half a second, and it shows me just visual mess of fast movement and neon polygons, and it's just not something I would want to play. And the characters being depicted seem to be characters you never actually see during the gameplay, and inconsistently are too different as far as an animation style. This is $9.59, says it supports a bunch of languages.
You are kinda haunted. No, literally.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. Curate, Qureate, almost curate, I guess is maybe how you pronounce it, has announced 5 new titles for the Switch and PC. Nin Nin Days 2, O Megami-sama Days, Dual Princess, Nozomu Kimi no Morai, and a new rhythm game project, which doesn't have a name. I have to assume that these titles are in the same order as these pictures. These all feel like they probably are more in a specific style of game, although I'm not sure if they're all just going to be visual novels. Nin Nin Days 2 is Ninja Girls. It's a romance visual novel. Let's see. Oh Megami-sama Days is a romance visual novel. Third project is Dual Princess. It is a roguelike tower defense game. And then Nozomu Kimi no Morai is a... well, it doesn't say what kind of game it is, but I would kind of assume it's a visual novel. Again. And then the Rhythm Game Project almost certainly is a rhythm game. And then they have a whole trailer here, which isn't really going to show you much or tell you much. Well, maybe it's going to show you more than I thought it would. Yeah, this seems to be more of one of those 3D hangout games, where it's a, for lack of a better term, anime girlfriend simulator might be a good example.
Scatter like the blossom.
My blade longs for the passionate beat of your
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. Sugu no Hi and the virtual YouTuber Inugami Korone crossover game Evil God Korone has been announced for PC, due out November 8th. Personally, I don't want to see like virtual YouTubers succeed as a concept in general. It's sleazy and gross when you start to look into it, and I just don't want to see the idol culture take over YouTubers' lives. The good news is there's been only a few that have succeeded at all and caught people's attention, at least from a Westerner's perspective. And I definitely don't want to see YouTubers making video games in general. That's like always been kind of ridiculous and pointless. Seeing like the PewDiePie video games or any arcade video games. It kind of makes sense for the South Park video games, but there was a lot of effort and work put into the South Park video games, where like the penny arcade games, not so much. Yeah. As this actual game, though, it looks like it might be a slightly interesting horror game, but I kind of feel like it probably won't. I feel like it's just going to sell out really quickly and not sell out as in the number of items available for sale, but just sell out as far as having any credibility. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of a garbage horror game that's very short. Moving on, Gamatsu says Tormented Souls for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch launches in early 2022, and a new outfit and weapon update launches October 28th. Casual attire and a heavily modified nail gun, which this is just all blacked out at the moment, and this actually looks different than this one. There's this whole extra like loading tray, and the wires are kind of in different places. Noticeably, her in casual attire probably is a good move because it distracts from the idea or the start of the movie of the game, if this is the game I'm thinking of, where she's like naked in a bloody bathtub at the beginning of the game. Like, getting away from that image is probably a good move, and trying to establish this character as potentially a character that could be reused in horror games. Even if Tormented Souls as a game kind of kills that character or makes it unlikely that that character would show up in another horror game, I wouldn't hate the idea of her 3D model and her character ending up in a completely unrelated game, kind of in the same way that the American Horror Story actors end up as different roles every season, since it's just an anthology series. Although I haven't watched American Horror Story in a very long time either. But yeah, I could see the 3D models of characters, if they're done well, getting reused. It would kind of make some sense. If the Resident Evil series, if Resident Evil 2 had taken place in a completely different universe with zombies, but the zombies came from a different source, and it had nothing to do with Umbrella Corporation, and they just said, we don't need to connect these stories at all. It's just going to be, there will always be a Raccoon City, there will always be a Chris Redfield, there will always be a zombie apocalypse type concept. And that would have probably given the Resident Evil developers a little bit more leeway as far as making Resident Evil games instead of having to ridiculously tie in the Resident Evil backstory, which doesn't really help anything. Moving on, Gamatsu says Blue Reflection Second Light demo for the PS4 and Switch is now available in North America and Europe. Post-launch updates have been announced. The Blue Reflection series is a all-girl collection of heroines in a JRPG. It would be interesting, and these are kind of stories that never happen, and this is a problem, is that if the ESRB, for instance, put out surveys and asked actual parents, like, at what age do you think this game is for, based on these visuals? Because you're not going to get parents to really play a game like this, particularly a JRPG that's going to be super long. It'd be interesting to see what the average American, if you could survey enough Americans to get an average American, would say. Because this high fashion costumes probably puts it closer to 14, 15-year-olds. Whereas in Japan, I probably wouldn't be surprised if they let 12, 13-year-olds play a game like that, if not younger.
Why did I want gold again?
And the thing certainly to ask about there is how many conversations like that are happening in the back rooms of the ESRB, and how are those conversations being led or going? Is it a group of heavily conservative parents that are rating games? Actually, for the ESRB, I bet it's none of that, because I bet it is literally just, yeah, actually, no. The ESRB, you just submit a form, and based on what you claim is in the game, the form is fairly mathematically applied to give you your rating.
I want to get it all back.
So, yeah. It would be more... the ESRB is much more open, I suppose, than like the Motion Picture Association, the MPAA, and their backroom conversations. I guess if there were backroom conversations like the MPAA was having to determine the ratings of movies, there'd be a lot more complaining about that. Like, I have never heard a video game developer say they hate the ESRB rating or that the rating was wrong. It has been much more complaints of forced censorship from Sony in particular, but sometimes Microsoft, and in the past it has even been Nintendo. PC is pretty open, but Steam in particular seems to have a few requirements, not a lot. Moving on, Gamatsu has the Halo Infinite campaign overview trailer. Let's see, Horizon Forbidden West developer blog for Transversal and Survival with Alloy's new ability. We kind of already talked about this. Yeah, I'm not sure if running and jumping and swinging and swimming were things that Alloy had in the first game. Having not played the first Horizon game, I'm sure there was a little bit of platforming, but this feels like you might be getting a little dangerously close to a parkour game than what you would like. But maybe that's what the game always was. Who knows? Like, well, anyone who had played the game, anyone except for me, would know exactly how the first game played, and if this feels like the right comparison. It's kind of funny that it went into a cutscene there when she equipped her weapons and slowed down time. I imagine, like, Far Cry is less interesting than this would be if you're going to compare this to something like Far Cry. I don't know if that's really damning it with faint praise, though. Then you have these, like, robotic elephants. Yeah. I kind of have to question how much of the original Horizon game was actually a story-based experience and how much of it was just more of a general run-in Far Cry, run around and have fun type experience. Which that definitely was the general style in which games were being made. It's just, this is a run around and have fun type game, and you will give you a few goals in general, but you can really just do whatever you want.
I want to get it all back.
If we do this,
I just want to fill the emptiness.
Open wide.
yes.
How could you not understand?
We can play
Ladies
this.
and gentle ghosts, follow me. Oh, quit flying around everywhere. I'll make your taste buds quiver.
Super Robot Wars 30 DLC number 2 includes Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron Blood and Orphans, and Ultraman. And they have their third trailer if you're interested in that. This is another Gamatsu article. Let's keep on playing. Do we want to play? If we rush here, we'll do that. Let's see. Here we have a game on Steam called Mega Monster Party Multiplayer Air Console, it says. Seems to be a collection of mini games.
Punishment awaits.
Demonic blades have nothing on my knife.
Seems like it's kind of like a Mario Party clone. And because it's a Mario Party clone, I'll put it on the follow list. $9.59, English, allegedly full audio. Single player, but then really split screen, shared screen, PvP. Yeah, I don't think you'd have much of an experience. It's 1 to 4 players, but you'd probably not really want to play something like this. And for that matter, since it's a multiplayer game focused, I can't put it on the fall list. This might work for some people, but I'd never get 3 people around at the same time to play a game like this. Okay. Can do it a little bit. But that is about it. You do this.
I'm coming.
You
Detestable.
do this.
Detestable.
You do this one.
Detestable.
This one.
Detestable.
And this one.
Did I not pray hard enough?
Let's see. Next we have a game called Zombie Total War. You can just look at the thumbnail to know that this is a troll low effort game. It's got Putin in it. Just a bunch of asset flip garbage, both in characters and environments. $14.99, English, allegedly full audio. Third party EULA required. There is potentially a point at some point in the future if you made a really good like battle royale game first and foremost, that you would just start to add more and more characters to the point where it would look this ridiculous. Fortnite is not too far off from having a zombie character and a bunny girl with a chainsaw character, but you really can't start that way. And there's just a lot of danger, certainly, having political characters all in your game. It comes off far too much as a joke game or troll game. And I have to just assume that's exactly what's going on.
I'm struck it rich. Get in there.
I'll
Yeah,
make your
I'm gonna
taste
lose.
Well, the work is on me.
Here we have a game on Steam called My Friend Peppa Pig, which I don't know who owns Peppa Pig. Maybe it's Peptoons or P-Toon Studio. Well, if this isn't just somebody stole Peppa Pig and made a video game around it, this looks like it works well. It's rated very positively. I'm going to put this on the follow list specifically just to see if it gets like DMCA taken down. The problem here you also run into is $39.99 is ridiculously expensive. Allegedly full audio in every language, which is to almost assume that none of it actually has voice acting. It's way too expensive though. And maybe that is the price of a licensed property. I would still heavily recommend Lego Star Wars instead. Maybe not Lego Star Wars The Force Awakens, but what you're definitely not seeing here in this game is much gameplay. Doesn't seem like there's really an interface or anything. It seems like you can just kind of click anywhere and something might happen or it might not, which is kind of an old school way of making even kids games. Here we have Riddle Girl, which is slide puzzle with anime girls images. $1.59.
Let the duel begin.
Whole bunch of languages, allegedly full audio in every single language it supports. That's an easy no. Then we have Ecstasy Elf Shotokin Naru's Sexy Adventure. Naruru's Sexy Adventure. Shotokin, no. That's the part that doesn't really make sense. That clearly is one of those games where there's a uncensored patch and it's selling kind of a garbage game just on the uncensored patch and the promise of something interesting there. It's English, Japanese, and Chinese. No, actually, at least on Steam, there isn't an uncensored patch, oddly enough. Next, we have Hell Invades Heaven, which looks like it's a Lemmings clone of no real quality. So it kind of feels like it's just all over the place. Yeah, as far as the color scheme. Yeah. $6.55, whole bunch of languages. That's gonna be a no. Here we have Princess Mariah. Mariah, I guess? Initiation. She's tagged as a shoot 'em up game, but it doesn't even look like a shoot 'em up game. It looks like it's more of a side-scrolling platforming shooting game. That's not what shoot 'em up is. $2.99, English, allegedly full audio. The good news is we are almost done for the day, so we have about, I'd say 30 more games. Then we can wrap up, which is good. I may just fall asleep today, even though it's not even particularly that late for me. GameDeveloper.com says Activision Blizzard fails to have the DFEH lawsuit paused over alleged ethics violations. This is, from what I had heard, a pretty pathetic attempt, but lawyers have to try everything. They have to just throw spaghetti at the walls and try it. But apparently, two lawyers that at some point worked for Activision Blizzard, which how many lawyers, I wonder, have worked for a big company like Activision Blizzard, also now work at the
Are you in need of medicine?
DFEH, which I think stands for the Department of Federal Income and Housing. Yeah, Department of Fair Employment and Housing. Let's see. Let's see. They accused the DFEH of employing two lawyers who previously investigated Activision Blizzard on its behalf. So they did an internal review on the behalf of Activision Blizzard to give them the rubber stamp to say nothing, that Activision Blizzard wasn't wrong. And then, yeah, that's not really going to go anywhere. Like, at a certain point, what are you claiming? That those two lawyers found out the truth that there was a frat boy culture at Activision Blizzard, but because they found out the truth, but they were employed and had signed some kind of non-disclosure thing, that they broke their non-disclosure and told people at the Department of the DFEH, and like, what are you claiming here? Is it, oh, I'm guilty, but I bribed those lawyers not to tattle on me, and they then tattled on me? Like, that's not gonna stand up, particularly when you have the government itself suing you. Yeah.
Open wide.
Like, for as many individuals that get mistreated or treated unfairly or railroaded by the judicial system in the United States, I don't think anybody's gonna bat one eye if the DFEH does just railroad Activision Blizzard and is actively just doing all of this to get a settlement and get money for the government, and that settlement is mostly going to end up in the hands of the government or the lawyers at DFEH, and very little of it is actually going to end up helping the actual employees at Activision Blizzard, to which at this point I don't know if there's anything that can improve Activision Blizzard as a company. The thing is, if we're going to treat corporations like people, or even if we weren't, when you have such an awful company like this, and there's just a total abuse of decent humanity, or lack of decent humanity in a company like this, there needs to be a jailing or a execution of sorts for the corporation itself. And we just don't have anything in the United States that's like that. The idea of jailing a corporation like the DFEH is almost certainly never going to get a statement that is going to say, we're going to bar all of the top management from being top management at any corporation for the next 10 years, and you just can't work as management or at all. You have to go work as an associate or retire. Like, there's not going to be any kind of settlement like that that would put the management in timeout. They're not going to, like, bankrupt Activision Blizzard and sell off all the assets, which would be the closest thing to an execution of a company like Activision Blizzard. The best you'll get is like some kind of oversight of the company. Some kind of oversight, some kind of auditing, some kind of interviewing of employees. The idea that money and fines would fix bad behavior on a corporate level is ridiculous. Like, it is. There's plenty of stories out there of people who have run corrupt charities, run terrible businesses, just been overall jerks, and maybe they disappear from being a manager for a while, but then they just start a new business or they start a new charity and nothing's really stopping them. It would be interesting if there was an actual injunction and a process where you could actually enforce an injunction to say none of these managers are allowed to be managers anymore. You cannot work at a corporation as a manager and all, but I don't think you could actually enforce something like that. It honestly should be just that some of these should be criminal offenses. There should just be a higher risk of getting thrown in jail if you're a bad boss or jerk boss than there is. And there's a horrific, just awful amount of wage theft that happens in the United States. And that's cases where bosses are straight up robbing their employees. Like, the bosses in management rob the employees more than employees rob their bosses. Through wage theft, through cutting hours, through lying about how long somebody's worked, through just not paying them in general. Those people are committing an actual crime, and it's just never enough money for the court system to care to throw somebody in jail. So yeah, that's that. If you can get away with actual crimes in the form of wage theft, you definitely can get away with things that should be crimes but aren't, such as just being a total jerk to people. And you'd have to be a pretty big jerk for it to rise to the level of criminality. Like, I don't want people thrown in jail just because they said mean things to people, but if you are actively trying to make people depressed or quit their job or kill themselves, like those rise to the level of criminality there. I've definitely seen bosses out there that are actively just trying to make people quit their jobs, trying to make them depressed.
Prepare yourself.
And that should not be allowed in any case.
What do we have here?
You've been chosen.
What do we have here?
Open wide.
And that. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says Kenna Bridge of Spirits has recouped its production cost after 1 month. Ember Labs have been pleasantly surprised by the initial sales figure. Kenya is kind of a Pikmin game more than you would realize it, just at the looks of it. It is a game that very much interests me. I wouldn't be surprised if its first month of initial sales is its biggest month of initial sales and then it dies off and drops down very quickly. But yeah, if you've made up your production cost, then that may also be a case that the production cost for a game like Kenna Bridge of Spirits wasn't as high as you would think. It doesn't mean that there wasn't 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times as much as far as advertising costs and publishing costs in general. So they may need a lot more sales, even if they made back production costs, before the publisher actually starts paying any money actually to the developers of the game. The way accounting works with video games is fairly ridiculous. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says Epic Games has irked employees with a shift in vacation policy. Epic wants developers back working every Friday. Some say the days off were vital to their work. Which, yeah, as much as Epic in the middle of its whole
Your strength
in its whole lawsuits with Apple, Google, and I think Microsoft is also involved somewhat.
Ho ho! Let's do that again.
Despite Epic trying to look like the good guy when they really aren't, this is another little hint that they still are a corporation willing to exploit their employees. This is funny because we have like nothing to do now. Like we got very lucky playing ranked this entire stream. Got very lucky when normally it's incredibly frustrating. So I guess we'll just play a little bit of ranked. The only other thing to do would be to potentially play a little bit of solo. I guess we could just see if we can skip all the story, which I haven't covered any of the story at all in the past couple of stories. So a lot of these don't require challenges. Well, the good news is we can see with these two characters that they're finally getting back to the last story I covered. So it would make sense to cover the story. Took them forever, though. Alright. It took them like 4, maybe even 5 chapters to get back to this point.
You deplorable fate!
Well, this livens things up.
And so this is either going to be a very easy fight or a very hard fight. I wouldn't be surprised if it's fairly hard. Meanwhile, we have a game on Steam called Inquisitor's Heart and Soul, which looks too much like a kind of vertical slice of a game. I like the idea of somebody flying. I like this idea of somebody in leather, although that's kind of 90s in its art style, but the actual game here just does not feel like anything. It looks like it's a cool little vertical slice of magic and an idea of a world of magic. But yeah, just does not look like there's a real game there. Early access, 679, whole bunch of languages. I'm gonna make an exception and put this one on the fall list just to see if maybe it improves. It probably won't. Next we have a game called Nursery Slime, which is tagged with nudity and sexual content. And looks like it's just an RPG Maker game, garbage game, where you're dealing with a blue slime girl. $12.59, English, Japanese, Chinese. I think that's fairly easy to say no to. Now, remember, we're playing solo right now, so this game will just not go forward. Next we have a game on Steam called Dragon War, which looks like it's nicely animated, but that's kind of it. It's just a generic open world asset flip, unfortunately. What this does tell me is that on some asset store there is a good collection of dragons. Now it's just a matter of, can somebody make a game that involves dragons that makes sense. This can't. This is $8.99 English only. And yeah, there's definitely a question as far as what is it about dragons that you would want to see.
Terminating hostile life form.
Like, do you want to fly around as a dragon? Do you want to fight dragons? What is going to be special after the first couple of hours of flying around as a dragon? Even in Skyrim, where you're dragonborn and you're fighting dragons all the time, there's kind of a boring experience if you're just fighting the dragons and doing nothing else. Like, there's actually very little that's fun about the dragon fighting in Skyrim compared to some other better components. Because the dragons in Skyrim were always too big, they were always a little too powerful, but then the fights didn't last that long. You usually either shot them from a far distance because you're an archer, or you ran up to them with a long sword, even if you weren't particularly a barbarian class or playing like a barbarian class character.
This bloodshed chills me. I like who I am now.
Okay.
Pretty handy after all.
This.
Gonna have to fix myself up.
That.
I still love you.
Just going in the turn here. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Scared Stars Traumatic Edition, which looks like it's kind of an RPG maker, but not quite there. And this animation style looks a little bit different, so it stands out as just being a little bit different. Enough for me to put it on the fall list. It's $1.79. It's a whole bunch of languages, but not any real indication that whether it's Chinese or Japanese in origin. I could see it being Japanese in origin or Chinese in origin. I could see it being a Western or trying to look like a Japanese or in origin game. I'm gonna put it on the fall list. I'm not sure, unless it got reviewed though, that I would say yes. And even if it did get reviewed, it still kind of feels like you're just wandering around more than anything else. Okay. Play this. Hit that.
I can't move.
Play this. Hit that. And then just end the turn.
Only man would try ranking life.
Let's see.
Let's play.
Next we have a game called My Cute Succubus, which you can definitely tell they stacked all the adult games to last Friday. Here you have characters that I barely even would call anime girls at this point. They're just animated girls. And some fairly obvious censorship. Match 3 gameplay visual novel. Let's see, $1.39. Also buy My Cute Dictators for $5.88. It's English and Russian. I suspect this is probably garbage. There's a whole bundle here of my cute characters. Yeah, these are garbage games. So I think we have to say no. There's just too many terrible games that they've put on Steam to support that kind of business.
What fine threads you have.
Right. Put this on the field.
This'll be over quick.
Evolve here.
I'll sever your life with one hold still.
Hit this.
How foolish.
Okay. 10 damage plus 10 attack on the next turn. And recover any evolve point. Let's see. Next we have Twin Mind Power of Love Collector's Edition from Domini Games, not Big Fish Games. Even though almost all the hidden object games that in Collector's Edition are Big Fish games. This is $13.99, English, allegedly full audio. It's another hidden object game, so again, easily dismissed. Next we have a game on Steam called Scrapshot, which looks like it's kind of a tower defense game, tactics game. I don't even know what you really call these. Doesn't look interesting though. $2.99, English, allegedly full audio. And I'm having to say allegedly full audio on pretty much everything.
My beloved Nava.
This.
100% string and 0% fluff.
And then
A spin and a twirl and
one.
there's our puppy to
Two.
How foolish.
One. Two. That puts us at 14. We'll not get to 15, but we could do 14 now plus 5 and win in the next turn if he can't kill this guy in the next turn, which you may not be able to. Plus also we're playing against an AI character, so he may not be trying that hard. That being said, he may just kind of totally wreck me.
Why is it the string is so pricey?
Right. So how do we handle this? I mean, I think you play this. Let's see. Next we have a game called Living, which looks like some hex grid strategy game. It definitely doesn't look that interesting. It's $8.99, third-party UI, English only. Nothing there of interest. Here we have a game called Stint Rift Apart, which doesn't look like anything of interest either. It was a little bit more visually polished maybe, but then you've got a whole screenshot set on this mini game or whatever this is supposed to be, and then several other screenshots where it just doesn't look that interesting. Those are real bad screenshots. $3.99, English, Russian. No to that. Alright. 15. Can I win? I think I can. 10 damage to this one.
I hold purgation in my hands. Still love you.
Evolve.
You understand only pain.
My dreams will become
16 plus 6.
Until next time.
That was not a pushover for a fight.
Why won't you die?
And these are special characters from the story, and you could probably set these as your default characters if you wanted to play as them, but I don't think you would want to do that. Next, we'll try this sword craft and see if that works. Wouldn't be surprised if it kind of doesn't. Skipping over the story, it doesn't feel like much is changing as far as...
Don't jump in front of my crosshairs.
Lightning never strikes the same place twice.
As far as the story. It seems like they're just kind of fighting the same people over and over again. Here we have a game on Steam called Word of Kitchen, which just looks like it's a word game of no real interest. $1.79 English only. I wouldn't have been surprised if that was actually a Chinese game. Here we have a game called In Shape, which looks like nothing of interest. $1.79 English only. Here we have a game called Dots Home, which you don't get a lot of games featuring African dark-skinned people, so this catches my eye immediately. It does kind of look like it is probably just a point and click adventure game. Looks like there might be a lot of difficult narrative or SJW narrative here. This is being set in Detroit, and I mean, this could be done well, this could be done terribly. Just have to put it on the fall list and see, although it's free, so it may never get reviews anyways. And see, the problem with something like this is this might be a story worth covering, but it's going to be a hard story to recommend. Let's see, it was production of Rise Home Studios project, a creative collaboration between multimedia storytellers and housing and land justice advocates who come together over the course of years to reimagine the past is probably not the phrase you want to you want to use, present and future for our communities by transforming the stories we tell about them. I mean, in a lot of ways, you're straight up just saying, hey, we're going to tell you a fake story here to tear at your heartstrings. And so really it's just going to be propaganda.
Let's speed things up.
And even propaganda for a good cause runs into the problem of being obviously called out as being propaganda and just not true. And once you've potentially established that Rise Home Stories Project is willing to say something that's not true, then you can easily dismiss everything they say and just move on with your day. So
This is no toy. I'll have you know.
I don't inherently want to just dismiss a fictionalization that tells a very a story that feels true, but you also probably should just tell true stories or explain why elements of the story are actually true or are relevant and important to know about. And then you run into the bigger issue, certainly, of, well, this is a video game second and a preachy or potentially preachy statement experience first. And I don't know how many gamers really want to be preached to. It's a lot like that game, That Dragon Cancer, which really felt like it was more of a preachy experience than it was an actual video game. Is this one evolved? Yes.
Are you ready for true?
You're not half bad yourself.
Got me feeling hungry.
Moving on, we have a game on Steam, Golf Solitaire Simple, which looks like it is just a generic solitaire game with no real interest. It's free, English only. I don't know why you couldn't translate such a simplistic game to more languages. And I suppose there's a lot you could have done to improve something like that. This.
The uncharted desert awaits.
Storm. Right, let's do that.
Bring you the stars.
And then evolve.
Hell yeah, this'll hurt. Now I'm shining bright to make a wish come true.
There we
It's
go.
done for you too.
Next we have Rory's Restaurant Deluxe, which looks like it is just some mini games around cooking.
Best of luck to you.
This looks slightly more interesting than a lot of the Cook Serve Delicious clones out there, but still don't think I'd want to really play a game that is around these concepts. But I'm willing to give it a follow and think about it some more. $5.39 English full audio, because this is the type of game I just haven't considered because I haven't seen something quite like this. Maybe there is an idea here that makes this more of a match 3 game. Of course, the danger is you play a game around food and it's just going to always make you hungry, and then you won't be able to put as much time into the into actually playing the game because you're just always hungry.
You can't make me give up.
I could have evolved this guy and attacked, but I don't know if there's a need to do that.
Let's take off the limiters.
Next we have a game on Steam called Elisa, which they say is a horror-themed action-adventure game and a genuine throwback to the golden age of 90s 3D games. I like this kind of thumbnail, and it kind of feels like it's trying to be an Alone in the Dark clone. Maybe there is something to this, but it would be very easy to also just assume that this is a asset flip garbage game. Actually, it looks like it's just got too much polish on it to really be that. In a lot of ways, it kind of feels like it's trying to be like at the original American McGee's Alice. Even this cover and the name screams at American McGee's Alice. 1619 English full audio. I kind of believe it. French, Italian, Japanese. I'm going to put that on the follow list. It's rated very positively. 1619 is kind of a high price, and I think I'd have to play. I'm just going to put it on the wish list. Actually, it meets all the requirements. Let's see. Evolve. I'm going to cover 2 play points. Let's just do this. And then this.
The uncharted desert awaits.
And then
I won't miss.
this.
The wind's gone still.
Has this developer made anything else on Steam? No, they haven't. It's an interesting question. That if you are trying to make something like American McGee's Alice, is this the level of like 3D modeling you could actually do if you're a small independent developer or a small team? Maybe. Kind of feels like you could probably make that type of game just using assets and flipping the assets, but maybe by not asset flipping, you've made this game stand out and look different. It did definitely catch my attention. American McGee's Alice is not available on Steam, and let's see.
Get
we can win here.
I'm ready for more.
Although I think you can get it on EA's website.
What do we have here?
I'll win next time or someday.
And the idea of a third American McGee Alice game is not really guaranteed to happen. I think it is probably worth mentioning, though, I'm not seeing enough here to make me really think that this is a game that actually is close to the original American McGee Alice game that had more platforming. This feels like it is more visually in that style, but closer to an Alone in the Dark clone, which I don't know if the Alone in the Dark series of games has any relevancy at all. And so you might very well just like most people may not really want to play that type of game or care to play that type of game.
Take your words back, damn it.
So this is a character that shows up in a later chapter and did not show up in the original story. So I wonder if this is a case where characters from other time frames have managed to come back in time and they're going to change the outcome. Even if that is the case, then I don't know what that really means or does for anything. Like, I mean, it undoes that the main character, the Forcecraft character, gets killed, and obviously that's what they're working up to, but it's going to confuse the story greatly when I actually do have to follow the story. And it's been months and months. It's very much important to remember that it's been months and months since these chapters have come out, and it's very slow. The exact opposite as far as interesting storytelling compared to my favorite cell phone game, Destiny Child, where Destiny Child is constantly giving you a new story, and either the story is an event story that doesn't really matter that much, or the story is an important mainline story expansion, and it's very important and it's very intriguing. Moving on, we still have about 20 games. Here we have a game called Bad Animals Rabbit, which doesn't quite look polished enough to actually be a game. Seems like you play as a rabbit, and the idea of hiding in avoiding people as a rabbit is kind of problematic. It's not the worst idea, but you're just too low to the ground. This is the kind of game where you need a third-person perspective, if not a top-down perspective. But yeah, seems like you just run around trying to collect coins. Very simplistic things. Like half of a concept here as a game. Feels kind of like a joke game. $3.49. It's like Goat Simulator if you're a rabbit and you didn't have the wonky goat physics. Would be a potential way to talk about it.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Let's see if we can.
Faith is an expensive business. No, the smiles are not free.
Hit that.
What?
Then in the turn. Next, we have a game on Steam called Amazing Superhero Squad, which looks like nothing. Looks like it's a resource time management game, which is about the most boring thing you could do with superheroes. $5.94, English and Russian. Yeah, it looks pretty boring. Next we have a game called Goat's Tail, which looks like it's a precision platformer with no visual polish to it. Early access 424, English, French, German, Spain, Spanish, and simplified Chinese, and several other languages, claiming full audio in all of those languages. Let's see. Can we do this? And then this is probably the best we can do.
Perennial prayer has come.
Just wait till these flames hit you.
There is salvation in devotion, eternal supplication.
Wait, what?
Looks like I'm gonna lose here.
This world is made
Let's see. Next, we have a game called Filthy Animals Halloween Heist, which looks more top-down, so I agree with that visual style, but actual game does not look particularly interesting. Looks like we've seen several games that are heist simulators, and this one feels like this is more of a crazy, silly game, player versus player game. It's free, English, allegedly full audio. Let's see, I guess we'll try this, but almost certainly that's not going to work. Let's see. Next we have a game called Dreamland Prison, which doesn't look like much, plus it's not out yet. So,
What have we gotten
English
into?
full audio, several
Something
other
about your
languages.
face looks so punchable.
Here we have a game called Jars, which has a unique art style to it, but I'm not sure. It's puzzle / tower defense, it says. One looks so weird that I'm having a hard time figuring out what it actually would be. I guess it's kind of tower defense as you go left and right, or as creatures go left and right, you're doing the tower defensing, maybe. Yeah, this might be one of those cases where the creepy art just does not really make sense and gets in the way. This is $9.59, whole bunch of languages on it. I'll give it a follow and see how people like it. Seems like there might be a limited number of enemies that you actually fight, rats and mosquitoes and things of that sort. Let's see. Here we have a game called School for the Friendless, and just by looking at the thumbnail you can tell it's just anime girls with a lot of cleavage, being with what looks like very simplistic text, like barely a single sentence in every prompt. This is rated mostly positive, but I don't buy it. It's free to play, I guess, if you're interested. English only, no voice acting. Yeah. There's no nude content. No nude content, maybe some lewd content. That's basically what they're saying. Yeah, that looks like nothing. Next we have a game called Rubicon, a Conspiracy of Silence, which looks like it is pretty much a visual novel, basically, still. Let's see, $6.99, English and French full audio. Yeah. The question here is, how do you actually play this game? Is it audio, or are you just typing in things, or are you just... Yeah, it seems like you're clicking on things and clicking prompts and responses. I'm gonna give this a follow, but I'd probably say no to it. It just looks like there probably isn't that much here. And even if it's like a really good story, it's probably one of those really good stories that should be in some other medium other than video games, because there's just not that much interactivity.
Know that.
Next, we have a game on Steam called Roots of Tomorrow, which looks like basically nothing of interest. Free to play 3D farming simulator using sustainable farming practices. Early access, free to play, French only. They say English is coming. I mean, is there really a game here though? I guess if I was ever going to play a farming simulator with sustainable farming would be an interesting comparison compared to the industrial style of farming that playing something called Farming Simulator probably would be. Next we have a game on Steam called Celestium. I suppose that's how that's pronounced. S-C-E-L-E-S-T-U-M. Looks like it's kind of a generic walking simulator. Basically nothing. Early access $9.99, English only. Let's see.
There is no meaning in power.
Stack, yeah. Can we get the stack count higher? I don't think we can. Here we have a game called Spectacular Sparky, which looks like it's a side-scroll shoot-'em-up. There might be something to this. It might be kind of nothing though. Too much of a visual mess. It's a little zoomed in, probably for its own good. But the art style here does look different. I'm going to put this on the fall list. It's 100% positive so far. $14.99, English full audio, and several other languages supported. It's also being published by Nicholas, which I think they've got some other games I've recognized. See, Code Princess EX was not one. Legend of Bumbo. Oh, I know who Nicholas is. Nicholas is the company that makes Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Yeah, Binding of Isaac Rebirth. So, yeah, take your chance there. Some of the games published by Nicholas are not particularly super well received, but some of them are. If there was a Nicholas sale, that would be great. Yeah, I'd still like somebody to friend me on Steam and gift me Binding of Isaac Rebirth DLC. Let's see. The Afterbirth DLC. How much time have I put on this? I've had it running for 325 hours. But yeah. The Afterbirth DLC is the next expansion that I would want to get to cover. And yeah, if somebody was just going to gift me Afterbirth Plus and Repentance, which is the biggest expansion, that would be super nice. Give me a great excuse to play more Binding of Isaac Rebirth. 3 damage. Okay. If I played this... and evolve this. Do this. Do this. And do this.
Did I predict wrong?
I could have done 2 damage to that, and then it would be a 1-3. Next we have a game on Steam here called Healing Spree, which looks like it's probably just a run around silly game. They're calling it a medical sim. Kind of looks like a Frogger game. I don't think it really is much of any of that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here really of interest. 1349 English, Chinese, Russian, Thai. Right. Brush spell boost cards in your hand twice.
Trying calculations set. Ready to summon. This is how you cast.
Holdsters come in every shade imaginable.
Do I want to evolve? Not really. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam. I'm starting to slow down. Called Gravewood High. Which looks like it is a hide and seek type game.
A full frontal attack.
Is it single player? Yes, English and Russian full audio, early access. Yeah, this really does not look any different than several other Slender Man style games. Like, I just don't think there's really an experience here I want to have where people are chasing you. Sure, maybe there's a more of a destructible environment in this implementation, but otherwise it really doesn't look interesting. Okay.
Welcome to the greatest show.
Get ready to draw.
Now you see them. Now you don't.
Weird feeling.
A sleight of hand. Or is
Did I predict wrong?
Gotta keep up. We still got a few games. Here we have a game called This Land Is My Land, which looks like it's a Native American style story. I don't know if there's an actual experience here. It's tagged as an open world survival craft game, survival RPG. Overall, 76% positive, most recently 67% positive, so maybe there's some roughness there. It's not particularly, doesn't really feel like it's quite as good of a game. And see, here's what a mainstream AAA game developer would not touch with a 10-foot pole, is having Comanche people in like traditional Comanche appearance and headdress. Arguably, nowadays with their rampant alcoholism introduced to Native Americans, you don't see too many healthy, skinny Native Americans in people in full headdress. I'm not sure if they actually ever looked like this or if this wasn't all just TV lies that were made up, or at least some of it was TV lies. Let's see what this does.
Justice smiles upon me.
I'll smash you
A
yet.
sleight of hand.
Or is it?
Regardless, this looks very visually polished, so it deserves at least a follow. $27.99, English full audio, a whole bunch of other languages. What this potentially is a Russian troll game when you see it's Ukrainian, Chinese, Russian, German, and French. Definitely does not feel like this is being made by a developer of other kinds of games like this. You have a Gettysburg, American Civil War, Naval Civil Action, and Age of Sail. Like 3 out of 4 of these are invoking the history of the United States, and I don't feel like this is particularly a developer that is in the United States. Let's see. There we go.
I'll show you why I wear this badge.
What?
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called They Always Run, which looks like it's a slightly better visual polished side-scrolling platforming hack and slash thing. Metroidvania maybe. A lot of different things it could be. It looks interesting. It's rated very positively so far. $19.99, English, Russian, Chinese, French, and German. What I really would like, though, is a little bit more confirmation of as far as what you're actually doing. Yeah, it seems like it's probably a lot more fighting and running and platforming while fighting. Probably somewhat close to that ninja game I played a few years ago, if I can remember the name of that. Okay.
Red, green, and blue. The perfect mix.
Should have played this. This is quite the deck. We have this whole stack. See, this one could do 2 damage times 7 and could win. Odds are low that it would, but it's an interesting idea.
Bow your head, fool.
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Drox Operative 2, which looks like nothing. $17.99, English full audio, or allegedly full audio. That's gonna be no. And, yep. We were able to, since we had some extra time, get to 6 of what is probably closer to 12. And see, the final loop, chapter 14 here, is apparently going to wrap up everything that started at chapter 10. whereas Invasion of the World Reaver, in comparison, basically did everything from chapter 5. So it seems like every time there's 5 chapters, there's a whole new story being told. Does that really make sense? Well, the Guild Wars really was just 3 chapters. And the Morning Star was just 2, and the prologue really is just 1. Or, honestly, probably prologue and Morning Star combined. And I could see the argument that Guild War is also part of the whole Morning Star and prologue also. So I guess that is just the pace. It's too long of a pace though, because that's like 5 to 10 months, it feels like, to actually get a complete story in a game that really doesn't need a complete story as a collectible card game. There's already just too much going on and not a lot of assistance as far as accomplishing everything. I just got incredibly lucky today and finished all the daily quests fairly early. Anyways, we've got a game here called Skull Bullets. I think we can immediately dismiss this one. $6.49 English and Russian. Here we have a game called Toho Adventure, which does not feel like it's in the same vein as the other Toho games by any means. Early access, $4.99 English and Japanese. Here we have a game called Up All Night, which looks like it's a psychological horror visual novel game. Which, yeah, it's $5.94 English only. The only thing that could catch my interest is if this was a developer who had made a different visual novel, because the art style reminds me of a different game, but I don't think it's connected. I'm going to give it a follow, but probably would dismiss this. And then final game we had open was one called Station 15, which looks like total garbage. And we can immediately dismiss. $7.64 English, full audio allegedly. Alright, so then what that leaves me with, by the way, I have found out that the Shift, being at Gearbox's Shift website, as I was looking at my router, has some element to it that's like a chat box, and it connects to the internet every time, like really weirdly. It connects to the internet every time. And so I don't have like tabs that are suspending or sleeping anymore. That concept I think I abandoned. And I have so many Shift Gold keys. So yeah, I'll have to deal with that later. As far as this should be something that is blocked. There's several like either devices I have that try to connect, but ad blocking already kind of handles that. Having a page open though is a different experience. And I'm checking out the Prime Day games and all of that, like free Prime Day content. Yeah, I probably am not anywhere closer to hitting a point where I would think I would want to get rid of Amazon Prime, but I definitely am not keeping it for the free content or the like free games. Because free games on Amazon Prime is less quality than even the Epic Games free weekly games, and both of those are clearly just things I'm collecting because they're free and not because I'm actually going to ever get on those different platforms to actually play them. Alright, so now I just need to go through my Twitter feeds, as it were. And the good news is it doesn't seem like too many games have come out according to what's on Steam, and that's a big release. And GameDeveloper.com. At this point, their pinned note from August 31st saying that they're working to migrate things is redundant and should be yeah. I don't even know what I was saying there. I lost my entire train of thought. Apparently Pokemon Unite hid the scoreboard so players would rage quit less, which doesn't say much. Yeah, I was talking about game developers' pinned tweet about them transforming themselves from Gamma Sutra, which was their old name. Like, people at this point, I barely even remember that their old name was Gamma Sutra. I will agree with them though that Game Informer is not Game Informer, GameDeveloper.com is a better name for what they are. Where Gamma Sutra gave off this vague Japanese feel that was not in line with their content. And frankly, they pretty much never talked about Japanese games, whether they liked them or not. They may very well have hated them, for all I know. Yeah. Well, we didn't have any drop frames, so my network seems to be working fairly well. Although it seems to be the Wi-Fi part that's really still having the problems. So that's fairly good news. I was afraid that my network wasn't going to work at all and I just was not going to be able to stream at all. Or that I was going to end up spending the rest of the day working on it, which I may still very well do that, but I'll try not to waste a lot of time on that. Alright, well, let's see, where's my mouse? That's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.